Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Zom Slays. How the fuck are we doing, my friends? I hope you're all well. Hope you're all chilling. Let me just get adjusted here. I was writing down some notes before we went fully live, but fresh out the shower, hair's still wet. We're gonna have a really good show for you guys today. We're gonna go through some weekly updates, and then we're gonna talk about what's coming up for Music Mondays, and then essentially we're gonna have a conversation about artificial intelligence, which is gonna be absolutely fucking hilarious because I have a lot to say about this. Just on like a actually I need my notes. Just on like a morale kind of level, I guess you would say. Like I think the morale of it all is like really like a fucking issue here. So let's talk. Weekly updates first. Episode 117 of the Music Mondays podcast is available on all platforms, including our YouTube channel, which is pushing 150 now. So, shout out to you guys. But yeah, episode 116 is available on all platforms. We are here live with episode 117. See, once we get up into the hundreds, it's gonna be so confusing to remember what episode we're on. Because I feel like it's like way easier to like remember 56, 57, but once you get to like the 120s, man, it's like, oh fuck, which one was this? But yeah, episode 116 is available on the channel, and it's available on all audio platforms. So huge shout out to anybody that tuned in, shown love, and of course huge shout out to anybody that submitted as well. Make sure you go check out every single artist that was featured in 116. Our spring 2023 preview, the audio edition, is available right now on our YouTube channel. Essentially, that was last week's segment where we discussed what's upcoming for spring, what we're working on, really how all of that is going to go. So if you're interested in what's coming for Music Mondays and you're curious on what the spring is going to look like, definitely go check that out and go show our spring 2023 preview some love on the channel. And like I said, if you've been subbing to the channel, you've been showing the channel some love, I appreciate you and I see you. We'll always try to subscribe back, you know what I mean? Like, especially if you have an active channel, we always try to subscribe back. So those of you that have been showing love to the channel, I appreciate it and I see you. Thank you. I think we're like about 4 away, I think. 3 or 4 away from 150. So definitely go subscribe if you haven't already. And if you already have, like I said, thank you. new article got dropped on Friday on allmusicmondays.com. That was written by Lord Heretic. Heretic sat down and did a really good analysis on Michael Jones' new project 23. So if you haven't checked that out, make sure you go check out allmusicmondays.com. Huge shout out to Heretic and Michael. Again, Heretic's written pieces are really something else. If I'm being honest with you, I've been so impressed with Heretic's writing over the last couple of months, and it's just it's been really enjoyable to see Heretic kind of grow as a writer. You know what I mean? Not only as an artist. So that's definitely really cool. Definitely go check out Heretic's articles for sure. SoundCloud Sunday, Volume 78 is available right now on our SoundCloud. That was curated by myself, Waterfalls, and Deep Rest. So if you haven't checked out SoundCloud Sunday, make sure you go do so, my friends. I shudder to think that anybody else has a better SoundCloud playlist than Music Mondays. Okay. And that's just for a couple of reasons, right? Because we always switch it up. We always try to get new people in there. A lot of the regular people that enjoy SoundCloud Sunday, and some newer people that sometimes don't even submit. You know what I mean? So, SoundCloud Sunday is really a gem that you need to be telling your friends about. You need to be telling casual listeners. People all the time are like, where's the new music? Where's this? Where's that? And people just love supporting independent art anyway. So, definitely go check out SoundCloud Sunday. We drop that every Sunday, and submissions open every Wednesday. So if you're an artist and you're like, yo, how the fuck do I submit to that? Look out for submission tweets every Wednesday. So that brings us to today, Monday, April 17th. So we're gonna talk about what's coming up for Music Mondays in the next couple of weeks, because we have a lot of really important segments that we're either introducing or kind of announcing as well. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for everything else that we're going down. But so essentially, we have a really big week planned. We'll be dropping a brand new playlist. We're finalizing In Case You Missed It monthly. We have a brand new Music Mondays exclusive coming this week. And I think there's one other thing. Something else. But that's just for this week though. So we have a brand new playlist from Deep Rest. We have In Case You Miss It monthly. And a brand new Music Mondays exclusive. So definitely keep your eyes peeled. And of course, all of our Patreons got all of that stuff early. Those posts will be going out today and tomorrow. If you're interested in getting them early, make sure you subscribe to our Patreon. And huge shout out to all of our Patrons. I hope you guys have been enjoying some exclusive early access content. I've been talking with the staff on what we can do to kind of like improve that side of things for you guys and really make it more of a worthwhile experience. Not that it isn't already, but always want to improve that section of things. So yeah, this week expect a lot of regular content, a lot of new content, and a lot of things that you're already used to, right? Our weekly content is going to stay the same. Our monthly content will definitely stay the same. I'm recording Feature Friday and Workshop Wednesday this week, actually, within the next couple of days or so. So expect new episodes of those. The breakdown is going to be something that we really handle on the back end of things, because we're gonna need like a dedicated person for the breakdown. So it's not on hold, but it's definitely something that we're gonna treat with care for sure. But besides the breakdown, everything else is good to go. And I don't know if you guys saw or not, but I put out a post not too long ago, just showing some love to the Music Monday staff team, because not only do they deserve it, but I want to make sure the community is familiar with really, the back end of Music Mondays, right? A lot of people always ask, how can I, submit tracks for exclusive things? How can I, get an article? Other than sending us an email with your portfolio, which we always check and go through, hit up our writers. Feel free to show our writers some love. You know what I mean? Ask them if they're down for an interview. You know what I mean? Like it's really only a message away. So expect a lot more kind of um, pieces of content that really show some love to our staff team, just so you guys can get more familiar with the faces behind Music Mondays. The majority of you guys already know a lot of them anyway, so it's really not like, but there are always new faces coming in to Music Mondays, so I want to make sure everybody's kind of aware and really understands what's going down with that. So yeah, that's where we're at. And of course, recruiting and exclusives we're going to talk about for a second. Recruiting is open right now for Music Mondays. We're looking for journalists, curators, graphic designers, content creators, anybody that wants to do YouTube, underground enthusiasts. If you're anybody that wants to get involved with the Music Mondays team, feel free to send us a message or your portfolio to our email. That'd be great. And many of you know we are in the very early stages of monetization, so this isn't really something that's a work for hire kind of job. All of us kind of collectively pull our own weight for Music Mondays. And if you're interested in becoming a part of a real team-oriented organization, feel free to send us a message if you have any more questions or things like that. But recruiting is always open, so just keep that in mind. SoundCloud exclusives. So we're looking for exclusives right now to host on our SoundCloud. We'll be dropping a brand new one this week. But if you're interested in getting your songs promoted and hosted on the Music Monday SoundCloud, feel free again to send us a message if you want to know more information, things like that. Relatively simple. You just toss us the SoundCloud host and feel free to do whatever you want to do with the track after that, right? And we'll fully promote it on our pages, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. You guys know the drill there. So yeah, if you're interested in getting a song hosted and promoted for free, just let us know. But with that said, yeah, so upcoming content, a lot of really, really good stuff coming, a lot of good recordings coming, and a whole lot of interesting things on the way. Blank Thought, what's good? What's good? I hope you're well. Welcome on and happy Monday. So yeah, that's about this week's preview for what we have going on. But a few of you saw me put out a poll detailing what we should talk about tonight on the show. And man, it was pretty close. At first, everybody kind of wanted to discuss verification, and the other choice that I wanted to really touch on was artificial intelligence. So we're going to talk about both, but tonight we're going to keep it light, and we're going to talk about artificial intelligence. So this is gonna be fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie to you, because this has been something that I have kind of I obviously, you've been seeing it a lot on social media, you see it a lot everywhere, but I haven't really spoke much about it for a couple reasons. But before we get into the whole conversation about this, I had a homie that I used to work with probably in like 2019, 2018. He was a promoter, curator, and a manager out of South Carolina. And fucking, we would always get into these debates of whether artificial intelligence, more specifically AI artists, this is when like, a lot of those early AI projects were starting to roll out. Whether it was going to like impact the industry or not. And really more importantly, underground and independent artists. Um, I didn't really entertain that idea because it's not really something that um I really believe in, just because there aren't a lot of reasons to like undermine the human experience, right? So for instance, what do I mean by that? A bot, AI, a computer, they just can't replicate human feelings and emotions. And that's something we've seen in movies time and time again, right? Even if some of them become more advanced, it's still a very hard thing to replicate. And that kind of always put a nail in the coffin for me with it, because I just don't, you know, I don't really entertain it. Like I was like, yeah, like it's cool. Some people think it's like, like fun and shit, but it is what it is for me. You know what I mean? Like it's literally just a program. It's like automating bots on a fighting game. It's like going in Call of Duty and watching the bots run around and kill each other. Like that's stupid. So I was like, okay, whatever. Years later, fast forward to 2023, here we are. And it's very much more advanced. You have a lot of big problems. Now labels are stepping in. You're getting a lot of remixes going viral. You're getting a lot of fake songs going viral. You're getting a lot of people's work straight up stolen, if we're being honest. Like straight up fucking stolen. And I don't like, let me preface this by saying that this isn't the opinion of all the Music Monday staff, but the majority of us kind of are on the same page because we care about art, right? There are some benefits for AI, but I think the bigger issue is how it's being perceived. And, um, you know, the fact that people are taking a liking to it. I think that's more of a problem. Um, because you could grab like 50 AI tracks and like some of them are decent, but the majority of them are fucking ass. Like I don't give a fuck what anybody says, bro. I heard some Drake fucking remix the other day and it was god awful. Like fucking god awful. And I opened up the comments and they're like, fire emoji, better than Drake, better than Drake, better than this, better than that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you hearing? What are you hearing? So that's where it sparked a thought the other day, that it was like the fact that people really think some of this shit is like genuinely good. Like they're gassing it the fuck up. Like even on TikTok too, like TikTok and Instagram, it's wild right now. And um it all sounds so fake. It all sounds so fake. And it occurred to me. It occurred to me that the bigger fucking issue here is not the AI itself, is the fact that people are genuinely hearing this and being like, wow, dude, this is fire. This is better than the original. This is a great remix. And it's like peaking. The vocals are off. It's fucking it's so much little shit that only we pay attention to. And it just goes to show how much society and people kind of view music as a whole. And I think that's something to really talk about more, because that's a fucking problem. Like that's a real problem, that people have so little of a regard for people's art that they don't care who it is. If it's good, they're banging it in the car. They're playing it at parties. They're fucking and it could be stolen, it could be AI shit, it could be almost anything. Leaking too, leaking music, same shit. So the perception of it, of society, is really fucked up in my opinion, because there are people that are like, yeah, this is not good. And back when it was more so the conversation about AI generated artwork rather than music, that was a big debacle for a bit, right, in the art community, and people still use AI generated art pieces. But with that said, Now that it's reached kind of the music side of things, right? And not just music, you're talking about voice recordings now. So somebody could take this recording right now that I'm doing here on Music Mondays, put my voice into a bot and have me say fucking anything. Anything in the world. Now that's fucking dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is fucking dangerous. So I think it's more of a conversation about how us as a community, as a collective, as creative people can not necessarily put a stop to it, because it's way past progression, and it's going to keep progressing. And you know, how can we kind of combat this? And it's like, people are going to like what they like, right? It's not really a matter of like, this isn't good or this is bad, it's bad or good. No, it's not good for the environment though. Like, people got to understand that. And when people go and say, as an artist, that it can be a useful tool in this and this, I'm sure there's some cases where artificial intelligence is a cool thing to use in a song, but as a real person, you shouldn't be touching that shit. You know what I mean? Like in respect for your own art, you shouldn't be touching that shit. Like, it's not it. Like, there are even like producer programs that are like programming drums and like cooking up beats in like 5 minutes. And again, don't get me wrong, they're hot ass and they're not structured or anything. So again, there's that human element of it that people most will they'll notice. You know what I mean? They'll be like, yeah, this sounds kind of like fake. This sounds like processed and not good. Like, there's small things, and you know, little tidbits that only the human eye can really accomplish when it comes to creating unique, passionate art. And I think that's what we need to focus on here, right? Is really how we can make our human experience for our supporters and anybody that is supporting you more personal and intimate, right? With so much of this bullshit going around, it's a huge opportunity to connect with people on a deeper level. Not fake shit, not, you know, none of that. Don't condone it. Blah 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 blah. So again, to really cap that point off, I don't think it's necessarily AI to be the exact issue. I think it's the way it's being received is a bigger fucking issue. Because you have like these thousands and millions, and jillions of comments that are like completely condoning and co-signing this shit, and it's like, do you not have respect for any amount of work that people fucking do? And the more I think about it, the more it fucking aggravates me, because I don't care who it is, whether it's Drake, fucking this one, that one, bro, mainstream or not, like, somebody worked on that, right? That's somebody's fucking work. That's an engineer's work. That's a producer's work. That's a vocalist's work. I don't care who it is, bro. So stop fucking condoning that shit. You know what I mean? And that leads me to my last point about this: is what can we do? And again, it's not only not paying attention to it and not really giving it attention, but stop, like, kind of like entertaining it in like any aspect. Like, the fact that I'm seeing some people say that it's good for this or it's good for that, and they're also artists, is like insanely delusional and like dangerous. Like, that's not a movement that you need to be promoting to other musicians. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing where it's like, if you say, "Oh, we're fucked," or "Oh, this is sick," you're a part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like you're 100% part of the problem. Like, because you're giving that attention, bro. Stop retweeting it. Stop quoting it. Stop debating it. It's fucking dog shit. It is dog shit. And again, that's my opinion, right? Like, some people, that aren't artists might genuinely enjoy the shit, and that's fine to a degree. But to say the shit that I've seen people say about this shit is fucking delusional. Like, delusional. Beyond delusional, actually. Like, you can go take any AI post on the internet right now and go check out the comments, and 90% of the people are either bashing the artist or saying how good it is. And you have artists quote tweeting, posting, "Oh, we're fucked, industry's dead, art's dead." Not if you keep fucking. Bro, stop talking like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop talking like that. That's not good energy. Like, the fact that people are even like kind of open to the conversation is fucking insane to me. Is insane to me. Because, like I said, this isn't something that's gonna get stopped, right? It's not just gonna get. But listen, once that first kind of allegation or court case or um something serious happens with this shit and the government has to fucking step in, that's when it'll be, you know, put into a burner. Because, like I was saying a few minutes ago, you know, the technology to replicate voices is insane, right? So it's not just music that this is a fucking problem with. Like, again, you could take my voice from the show here, go program it into an AI, and then have my voice say whatever you want it to say. Think about that. So it's not gonna go out of control because something will happen to be like, okay, we need to take a look at this and how we use this as a society. But to break it down even smaller into the music community, at the end of the day, to really cap off this point, all of it, stop condoning it. Stop paying attention to it. Stop commenting on it. Stop following the people that create the shit. Stop fucking arguing with people of whether it's good or not. You know what I mean? Like, don't fucking don't do any of that because you're only gravitating the engagement. You're only giving it more pull and more power and this and that. And if you're a fucking supporter out here too, by the way, like if you're a fucking supporter out here and you condone that shit but you claim that you support independent art, no you don't. No the fuck you don't. No you don't. Cuz when you have something like these AIs taking money and work from people, don't tell me you care about art, bro, because you don't. You don't. Like, and again, that's just my 2 cents on it. But I've been a producer for over 6 years. I've been in the underground scene for over 6 years, and this is just not something I can get behind, right? Because I know way too many hardworking people that are extremely fucking talented that work their ass off to get like the tiniest bit of exposure. And to see these AI tracks get ran the fuck up made me sick. Made me fucking sick. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, that shit is disgusting. So, again, if you're a fucking supporter out there and you're like, yeah, dude, this is fire, da 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 da, whoa, 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 and you claim to support independent art and underground artists, no, the fuck you don't. Once you stop supporting that shit, then I'll believe that. But it's just not true. It's not fucking true. So yeah, like, is it like a problem? Definitely. But is there a solution? Definitely. And it's a participation effect. Don't participate. You know what I'm saying? Like act like that shit doesn't even exist. And if we did that as a community, that shit would be dead by next year. Straight up. Because again, 90% of the people gassing it are the people who listen to music. You know what I mean? So it's like, what the fuck? Like, what does that say about like how they perceive regular art? Like that's what's scary about it is like the cosign from people was just so quick. And it's like we're so passionate about our artwork, right? And you have people out here like saying that somebody plugged into a fucking computer and cooked up in 10 minutes is like beyond gas. Like the premium gas. They're like, dude, this is like the greatest song I've ever heard. Like they're like, yo, is this on Spotify and all this other crazy shit? And I'm like, bro, what? Motherfucker, you better go support your favorite artist right now. Hell nah. So, nah, man. I don't co-sign any of it. And you shouldn't either if you create music. You know what I mean? Like I said, there are some cases where, it could be worth it. Some projects call for it, right? But that's like less than 25%. You know what I mean? Like, what other else could you possibly tell me that you're benefiting from AI as a fucking musician? You know what I'm saying? Like, people were already fucking bitching enough about loops and this and this and that, and now fucking we're just gonna co-sign AI? Like, what the fuck? Hell nah. No way, bro. No way. No way. So I don't, nah. Nope. Not on this camp. Haven't heard a good AI track yet. No, literally. Like some of the things that I saw people saying were good is like it kind of made me nauseous. Like it took me for a step back a little bit because I was like, wow, are people's like listening ears like that skewed as to where you could play them some dog shit like this and they'll be like, yeah, this is gas. Like what the fuck? Like this Drake one I heard was god awful with the mix. Like the mix especially was god awful because Drake has a beautiful voice. So it's like the fact that anybody would co-sign that and like genuinely co-sign it, I'm like, what the fuck? Like it'll only die if they let it die. I'm using Tom AI to post Hornet. No, exactly, Mark, exactly. The beat was so bad. Yeah, like the Juice WRLD one had me heated, bro. The Drake Weekend one, yes, and a lot of the Juice WRLD ones are fucking awful. Like a lot of the ones I see on Reddit of the Juice WRLD ones, horrible, horrible. Are you really gonna use a dead dude's voice? Yeah, nah, they already did it with X and Peep, for sure. Actually, I saw that people are recreating opens with Peep and X and this and fucking selling them. Fucking selling them. Okay? I saw multiple of them actually. And somebody put it on Reddit and they were like, yeah, 2017 Lil Peep open. And everybody was like, you fucking made this, bro. And I was like, no way, bro. Like, no way, bro. Like, nah. Nah, I'm good. Like, so the fact that people that don't create are co signing this a lot means that we need to push back. We need to push back. So stop co signing it. Stop saying art is fucked. Stop all that. Because it helps nobody. And it definitely doesn't help this scene. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely doesn't. Because mainstream motherfuckers, they have labels with billions to go get their shit taken care of. We do not. So push back. No. Fuck that. Absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like, mm-mm. That's my take on it, man. This will probably be on YouTube, so if you're interested in joining the conversation, you have some thoughts, you have some passionate, you know, opinions on artificial intelligence and what it's doing to art, feel free to sound off in the comments below. And of course, always like and subscribe. And you guys know the drill. But yeah, that's that on that, my friends. It's a shitty thing, but as long as we don't co-sign it, we'll be all good. You know what I mean? Like we'll be all good. Like the co-signing is the big thing there as to where it's like we just can't be fucking paying attention to this shit. Straight up. Like we just cannot be paying any serious attention to it. And it will die. You know what I mean? We can just let whoever, you know, act like they can create music or like we just need to focus on exposing this shit realistically, you know? Like as long as we expose this shit, we'll be good. We'll be good. And like I said, for the people that fucking claim to care about independent art but support that shit are also a part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like a big part of the problem, if we're being honest. Because that's what I thought about. I was like, it's not really the AI that's the issue, bro. Like we got fucking people out here that are like condoning this shit. So it fucked me up a little bit. But yeah, that's not on that, my friends. But let's pull it back. Let's pull it back. Let's hop into something a little bit more lighter, okay? Reactions and reviews. So we have a stack of tracks to go through tonight. Plenty of audio, a couple visuals, I think a couple first time submissions as well. Lots of good stuff. So before we get into reactions and reviews, let's talk about how to submit. Many people usually ask, how can I submit to the Music Mondays podcast? Zom, what are you doing? How can I, get on the show? How can we do X, Y, or Z? This is how, and this is all the information that you're ever going to need. Tweets will always be in this format on your screen now. Artists and creatives submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on 4/17/23 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/ZomPlays, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creation, drop your links to portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. 4-hour show limit. Must be following Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible. Patreon subscribers and submissions played first each week. Podcast logo by Aster. So let's break this down. Many of you know, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we react to and review a wide variety of underground independent content. Things from audio, vocals, instrumentals, visuals, music videos, edits, you name it, fashion, graphic design, like literally you name it, we have reacted to it. Like we have completely like touched all bases. So if you're an artist that's like, I also do other things, but I don't know if they would like submissions for that, we do. All art forms are welcome. Sub to that Patreon for real. Early caught that big W. That's what I'm saying. Like I've been on that ass lately, and we're trying to stay like super super up to date with the Patreon because that's really important to us. So again, 4 hour show limit. So we'll run the show till about 420 or so. About 4.5 hours. And the only requirement essentially is to just follow us on Twitter to be eligible. That's all we ask. Some people don't have a Twitter, this, that, and the third. Realistically, until there's another platform that we can safely curate from while also continuing to grow, then that's when you'll see things get changed around. But for right now, Twitter is our home base just because of the UI. Reddit's really dog shit because it's a cesspool and nobody really wants to use that. Tumblr, again, nobody wants to use that. And Instagram, you get too many DMs and it starts to break. You know what I mean? So Facebook is dead, right? So it's like, believe me, like I've been, many of you know that I'm a digital media manager on the side, right? I do social media, all forms of media content, and believe me, like I have been on the side looking for the next up and comer. But there isn't one, man. Like there isn't one, because believe me, we would be there too. But we're kind of stuck in the middle right now. So this is what it is for now. Um, and for those of you that don't have a Twitter, you can also have somebody that does have a Twitter submit for you as well. So that's always an option. You know what I mean? As long as they're following the page and they're dropping the track, I don't give a fuck. We're playing that shit. So just keep that in mind. And next week, just as a little sidebar before I continue with this. So I had 2 topics kind of on the table for today. It was either we're talking about verification or we were talking about artificial intelligence, and people wanted AI a bit more. That's why we spoke about that for a little bit, and then of course anybody who missed it, that'll be on the channel. So that's fine. But we'll be talking about verification next week, and I have a really lengthy, not like a half hour, but a nice chunk of a video detailing a lot of social media tips going into summertime. But that's a whole other topic. So yeah, again, the only thing that we ask is that you're following All Music Mondays on Twitter to be eligible, because again, not only does it help us grow, but all of our submissions are free. They always will be free. We don't charge for articles. We don't do any of that shit. You can't pay for anything here. You know what I mean? The only way that you can get an advantage here is if you're a Patreon subscriber and you'd like your submissions played first with the other Patreons each week. That's a really big incentive. But other than that, the reason why we ask you to follow us is because, again, it helps the platform grow. It pays respect to all the other people that, submit every week and wait for their content to be reacted to, right? And it also brings you into the community. We have a very large community here. A lot of great collabs have happened because of Music Mondays, right? And a lot of great friendships and connections and, things like that. So that's all we ask is just drops a little follow. You know what I'm saying? Just drops a follow. But yeah, again, so our Patreon has 3 tiers. And if you're interested in getting your submissions played first each week, go subscribe to our Patreon. Because not only do you gain the Music Mondays podcast Fast Pass, which allows your submissions to be played first, we have a whole major content base over there. Everything that we upload weekly gets uploaded over there early, along with some really exclusive insights, and we're coming up with some more ideas to really support our Patreon tiers, right? But the basic tier is probably what you want, just because you get all the early access content, you get the Music Mondays podcast Fast Pass, and you're supporting us, all for $5. So, I mean, come on, sounds like a deal to me. But yeah, that's about it. Shit. Submissions will usually close a couple hours to an hour before the show starts, just to really get a head count and see what we're looking like and things like that. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into episode 117, submissions. So we're gonna go through our Patreons here. and see who is up first, because we have a crazy we got Kalen here, we got Saint Wave, we got Wet Wet. Oh god, we're fucked. Oh yeah, shit, we got Bloodcat right there. Okay, let's go, baby. All right, so Bloodcat up first, SLM up next, Blank Thought after that, TDG after that, and then got the boy King Mark. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, so our first Patreon of the night, the homie Bloodcat. So, many of you know Bloodcat has been destroying 2023. The almost 10-minute visual that was dropped last week, was fucking insane. Like that was really crazy. And I believe Bloodcat actually dropped that on their channel now. So definitely go check out that full visual because it's live right now. And this is actually a Google Drive link. Holy shit. Okay, let me fucking um let me make sure we don't have any rogue emails popping up, okay? All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, we're good. We're good. Didn't didn't want any leaks and shit, you know what I'm saying? Um okay. So, this is like the most purest unreleased we've ever seen. Like this is crazy unreleased. Like usually we'll get like some private links or whatever. This is the first time we've ever gotten a raw, not raw, but actual file. So this will be hilarious. I'm very excited to see what we have here. Yeah, not literally, Mark. You are a spin right now. But let's get into it. Music Mondays Patreon, Bloodcat, an extremely talented artist. Lil Stacky. Let's go.
JP.
She been holding on to every little thing I do. She did 3 lines like a haiku, yeah. Water on my wrist, I spin it like a tycoon. Turn the money to a fit, bitch, I don't even know. I'ma let it go. I'ma stack a banner like a fucking Bible. Bitch, this ain't a battle, shit the fucking title. Water on my wrist, spinning, 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 water cycle, yeah. Backspace a nigga
Oh
like
my
a
god,
typo,
bro.
yeah. Back pay a bitch for the lipo, yeah. Stand out like a typo, yeah. Neck shining like a light bulb, yeah. They call me Lil Stacky, yeah, they call me Lil Spinny. When they call me Lil Snacky, when I pull up in a Finny Finny. Pretty Prada, Prada, bada beam, bada boom. Lot of bling, lot of wounds, in Granada, go boom. And I on one and I'm in one. She don't want that little paddock, want the big one. I'm a traffic from the end zone. Mathematic need a pencil. And I slip and sliding in my slide, slip and slide on a nigga. If I die, live inside of a nigga. Cause a real street nigga still inside of a nigga. Put my baby on my face, I know she died for a nigga. She been holding on to every little thing I do. She did 3 lines like a haiku, yeah.
Damn.
Water on my wrist, I spin it like a tycoon. Turn the money to a fit, bitch, I don't even know. I'ma let it go. I'ma stack a banner like a fucking Bible. Bitch, this ain't a banner, check the fucking title. Water on my wrist, spinning, 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 water cycle, yeah. She been holding on to every little thing I do. She did 3 lines like a haiku, yeah. Water on my wrist, I spin it like a tycoon. Turn the money to a fit, bitch, I don't even know. I'ma let it go. I'ma stack a banner like a fucking Bible. Bitch, this ain't a banner, shit the fucking title. Water on my wrist, spinning, 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 water cycle, yeah.
This beat is so good, bro. Of course, like not an ounce was like wasted by Bloodcat. Like holy fuck. This a hit. This is a hit for sure.
JP.
Yeah, that fucking banged. Okay. I can see why that Bloodcat wanted to just kind of fucking submit this ASAP because holy shit. Like if this was like just cooked up within the last like 24 hours, I would want to get this out ASAP too. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like this is crazy, crazy. A couple things I really like about this. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Lil Stacky. So, right off rip, this is one of my top instrumentals for Bloodcat when it comes to this style of like super bouncy trap, but has like more of like an emotional kind of setting. Um, yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite choices. I like this choice a lot. Mix is great, nothing clashy to overbearing. Everything cuts through especially nicely though. This cuts through really nicely. I like this mix a lot. But the structure was great here. I might even call it the shining star for the instrumental if I'm being honest, just because the structure was like it wasn't crazy, but it was one of those structures where like just the little things did like this a whole bunch of justice. You know what I mean? It did it a whole bunch of justice. So I really do enjoy how this was laid out. But the vocal sample was utilized really well. Um the drum patterns were nice. Definitely kept it like really knocking and you know slightly bouncy. Yeah, all in all, this is like really constructed, and I think this is like a perfect a Bloodcat instrumental pick. If I'm being honest with you, like this totally has Bloodcat written all over it, without a doubt. So this producer did a really good job for sure. Let's talk vocals though. The vocals are great here. Vocals are great. I don't think um Bloodcat could like level up anymore, but here we are. You know what I mean? I never fail to be amazed at how much progress the Bloodcat has made. But this one in particular, though, when it comes to vocals, again, mix is great. I love that how everything just cuts through so nicely, man. It just cuts through so nicely. Um, but the writing is really stellar, yes, but the cadence and the hook are major keys here. Like this hook is perfect. I totally agree with Mark in the chat too. Like the haiku bar is great. Like the writing all throughout the song is great, but it's always like damn, like a Bloodcat is almost like this unlimited source of like creativity because it's always just like a slight level up, and it's like damn, fuck me. You know what I mean? Like it's like shit. So I'm never not impressed, to be honest with you. Never not fucking impressed. But yeah, flow and cadence were great here. Hook is a really big deal for sure. But Bloodcat's one hell of a writer, so you know it's like comes with the territory, you know. So instrumental was great. Vocals were fucking amazing. Let's talk overall theme. So obviously no aesthetics. Yet. But Lil Stacky, I mean, Lil Stacky, obvious song title, but definitely, as for the overall theme, definitely more of a braggadocious kind of attitude-filled, confident song. You know what I mean? And it's like chill though. It's not like too braggadocious, right? Because like sometimes you'll just hear bars in certain songs and you're like, why the fuck did you say that? You know what I mean? It's like why? But Bloodcat always finds this fine line of like confidence and attitude where it's like so yeah relatable, but it's so palatable, right? It's so palatable. Like Bloodcat almost like makes you know a first time listener want to be confident just hearing some of these bars and shit. You know what I mean? So the lyricism and the overall theme of this one is like really speaking volumes because it's like very like minimal, but it like what it is so powerful. You know what I mean? It's so well executed, right? Like the actual sonic part of it just blows everything out the water. You know, a real flaunter. There you go. Actual swagger. That's right. That's right. Yes. With that said, make sure you follow Bloodcat on all platforms. Bloodcat on Instagram, Spotify, SoundCloud. You guys know the drill. And of course, make sure you follow Catcalls Fashion on Twitter. They are literally if I load up this account and next week a Bloodcat has 3 followers still, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna do something. But you guys know the drill. Every artist featured in today's episode, and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 150 on the channel already. Thank you to anybody that has already subbed. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week. Uploads every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, exclusive tracks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So, that was awesome. That was the first time we've ever reacted to a Drive link, and I enjoyed that a lot. Up next for our Patreons of the night, we got the homie SLM, and this has been highly anticipated for quite a while, and by quite a while I mean like a week. But SLM is one of the most talented alternative cloud-like artists we have ever seen on the show here, for sure. Especially when it comes to visuals. But SLM submitted Unreleased with SLM. Thank you for watching me work through these 3 songs. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hold up. We gotta peep this. Hold on. Video contains explicit language. Oh god. Let's fucking go. Okay. We got deep press in the comments there. All right. Full volume. Yeah, we're good. Unreleased with SLM. Full screen. Get into it.
Thousand rivers, and they all lead to the sea. Don't be scared if you find yourself floating down one, and adjust accordingly. It's Chuck LaRock.
Shout out Chuck LaRock.
With the future uncertain, it's good to know what we have in the moment. Take each step with not the certainty that you know what will
So
happen.
this is my project, still learning
But
myself.
that you know what step to take. Trust yourself. That with each stride you take, you're putting your best foot forward.
Just let Chuck take it.
You'll be alright. Chin up. Eyes forward. You know you got this.
I don't have an answer or an explanation. I'm still learning more, so please be patient. Nexus 24, hoping something changes. I got plenty more of the shit I'm making. Set it sounding something like meditation. Deep breath, stepping forward with no hesitation. Think I won the war, some casualties, life taking what you're waiting for while the ice below is breaking. I should know better than faking or acting like the falling was phasing me, but this is shit you hate to see. I hate to feel, but had to be. Don't know for sure. I'm still learning more, still learning me. Who's SLM? I know he's more, not who you tell him to be. If I go this way, I've heard before, I should be expecting defeat. But with respect to that, I feel you should just be pressing repeat.
Gotta put our lighters up.
Posture check.
Literally. No, literally. What the fuck?
Yeah. Alright. Yeah. I cover my face, so I don't need you to see me or note the time I waste trying to make this look easy. I've been trying
What?
out ways, different ways to trying to be me. I wanna go, I'm gonna need some space, so please just leave me. I need some sleep, cause life's not so dreamy. It's not too deep, but so much dirt you cannot see me. Buried alive, ceremony, if you know me, you know I'd probably survive. Looking closely at the pattern, you see I'm steady trying to rise. Could be I'm just not ready, there would be no surprise. I could do more if you let me, eyes looking forward so heavy. I forgot about the present moment, but that's just how my head be. I'm sick of so much shit, but mostly sick of being sick. My thoughts unfriendly, thought I was ready, but what you thought when you met me. I'm a lot more than I pretend to be, I try not to be, but I've been bored thinking about how this ended me. I cannot stop you if you feel like the message is not worth sending me. I plan to stop there one day and see my enemies. The mirror been the end of me, but it's one place where I know them to be. When I'm not thinking clear, life tries to show them to me. I never got past that year, reruns in my head like TV, and I know there should be other channels I have seen all that I could sit through. That's enough, I can't handle watching over and over as I let life dismantle. I got closer to where I wanted to get to, but my mind's still so scrambled. Sick of looking back, cause no free samples.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sick of looking back, there's no free samples.
Say, what? Said I cover my face. I don't need you to see me. I know the time that I waste trying to make this look easy. I've been trying out ways, different ways of trying to be me. Please just leave me.
This was hard.
Yeah. Shout out Anthony Floyd, Dead Lighters.
Legend.
Produced this whole project. Fucking guitar goes crazy on every song. It's my favorite part of every song. Let's do one more.
Dude, the backdrop is so good.
Alright. Still learning myself. I need some time, I think it's fine. I see the line I cross behind. I hear you lost your mind. You fear I'm dying, I'm not okay. I'm trying a lot, going too fast. I'm trying not to stop. I get up just for the drop. If you read the signs, you might know off the top. I need some time, I think it's fine. If I dream I've lost my mind, it would just seem that's how I'm designed. You just fear that I make a scene or that I might be dying. I need some time, I think it's fine. I see the line I cross behind. I hear you lost your mind. You fear I'm dying. I'm just going too fast. I'm trying not to stop. I get up just for the drop. If you read the signs, you might know off the top. Still letting myself, man. I need some time. I think it's fine. I see the line I cross behind. I hear you lost your mind. You fear I'm dying. I'm not okay. I'm trying to.
Wow.
I need some time, I think it's fine. I see the line I cross behind. I hear you lost your mind. You fear I'm dying. I'm not okay. I'm trying a lot. I'm going too fast. I'm trying not to stop.
Bitch.
This project means a lot. I'm happy to share these songs. Excited to finish this project. It's
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
It's me. Still learning myself. SLM.
Yeah, let's fucking go,
So,
man.
no, I guess I don't know. I didn't really plan for this part. Yeah. I don't know if
No.
anybody noticed, but I got Tiny Desk in the background. We'll see you one day.
Mm-hmm.
Dead Lighters produced this project. Making
That was good.
Creative Junk dropping this project. TM the team on this project. All right, I gotta go.
Nah, I'm out of here. Later. Yo, that 100% might have took the cake for my favorite SLM submission, man. Like, I'm not even lying. Like that might have taken the cake for my favorite one. Well fucking done. The edit was so simple but so perfect. Like, wow. I'm like really impressed with this. Really, really fucking impressed with this. Co-production from Anthony Floyd on all tracks. Thank you for watching me work through these 3 songs for an upcoming project. Small table performance. Put behind me what I see in front of me. Wow. Yeah, this was like amazing. This was like really, really fucking amazing. But yeah, this one might take the cake as my favorite SLM submission if I'm being honest. Man, so I could break down all 3 tracks, but I think what we're gonna do is treat this as mini kind of reactions. So this first half, not half, but this first part, you know, actually, let's think on how we want to break this down, right? Because we have 3 tracks here, and they're all co-prod Anthony Floyd. and we have a visual to talk about. So, um, we'll talk about each track individually rather than break down the production, and then we'll talk about the visual and the overall meaning. So, when it comes to the first track, I immediately noticed everything that I really enjoyed from SLM when I had first heard SLM, right? The poetic kind of um cloud like, almost like a bit like more softer well written style. And that was the thing that really caught my attention for the first time, right? So I was like, wow, all right, this is like actually fucking crazy. So we start off with something along those lines. And we got the return of Chuck as well. So I believe, yeah, still learning myself intro. Okay, yeah. And then the next track was Sick. And Sick was more so of almost like a level up in terms of like what um in terms of like what I was expecting from SLM, because that was crazy. That was definitely fucking crazy, because it was almost more kind of hip hop influence, but still very much poetic influenced as well. But like the flow and cadence made it so familiar, right? So I feel like if a first time listener who was like a mainstream person came across SLM, I feel like Sick would definitely be the song that people would be attracted to if they're more used to like um a well-rounded sound. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that would be that track for those people. You know what I mean? Cuz personally I like the poetic vibes as well. I like them both, but both of them kind of serve like a separate purpose, right? So a lot of those are very much separate vibes. So it's a little bit different. But with that said, regardless, I still think um like this just made me so excited for this project, because I just realized like we don't know the track list. We don't know if these are going to be like the first 3. Um we just don't know, man. There's so much shit coming. Like what? Holy shit. Okay, so No Alarm. We finish out with No Alarm. This is kind of like one of those um a mix of the two, essentially. Like it was really like a mix of both the poetic and the whole kind of more bouncy style that SLM is like really good at. So this one was a great combo. And then the thing is I feel like all 3 of these kind of have like a really interesting identity. Like the intro kind of has like the more poetic, SLM side, and then the second track is more bouncier, and then the third kind of combines those two. And then with Anthony Floyd though, when SLM said that the guitar is their favorite part, it's like, damn, okay, like, because after that I kind of took notice about it, because I think the melody on Sick was really good. The melody was great across all of these, but the guitar is much more prominent when you like think about it. You know what I mean? So shout out Anthony Floyd, man, because I'm big on guitars. You guys know that, especially when it comes to like hip hop drums and things like that. You know what I mean? That's my bread and butter. So huge fan of that style, and I think Anthony did a really good job on all 3 of these. If I'm being real, if I'm being very real, but a more interesting talking point though is um this visual and the overall theme of this next project. Because obviously, we could break down each of these themes, right? I totally could, but I think what's more important is SLM's new project. So we're gonna talk about that, but before that, let's talk visual, because the green screen was like, this was fucking it. Like this was it, man. Um, Again, this is kind of one of those things you guys will always hear me preach on the show. Even if you have just a cell phone, you can 100% film and create your own videos, for sure. I don't care what kind of setup you have. I don't care if you got a phone, you can film a video. Any phone from like the last 5 years, like you can get it done. And it doesn't have to be crazy, it doesn't have to be budgeted, it doesn't have to be, different. It just has to be something you enjoy doing. I know Mark put out a couple, um, like last year that were like totally what I was talking about. And I'm only using Mark as an example because I see him in the chat. But this is along those lines, right? Like this really is along those lines as to where like these visuals make or break your platform. People want to get intimate with you. They like your music, yes, but people want to see you. People want to see you perform. People want to see the person behind the art, right? Like that post where it's like the art and the artist for all the graphic designers, those do so well because people love seeing the insides and the intimacy of their artists that they enjoy. You know what I mean? So that's why, again, like it doesn't have to be anything crazy, but it's that extra piece of content for your supporters, whether there is one or there's fucking 100,000. You know what I mean? This makes a difference. This makes a difference. So that's why I love this. Super simple too. Like you got the backdrop, you got the mic, you got your PC. Simple as fuck. Throw on a little chill fit. Go to town. So I'm big on these visuals, and the fact that this was almost like a live performance was really cool. You know what I mean? Because it's not like music video fashion, of course, but it's more so like unplugged, MTV unplugged kind of deal. And this is sick. This is fucking sick. Because again, back to the original point, people want to see this. You know what I mean? But even again, in this fashion, it's pretty unique because unless you're doing like a DJ bedroom set, there aren't many artists out here doing shit like this. Like none that have really come across my radar that, really I got my eye caught on, essentially. SLM was definitely the first where I was like, yeah, these visuals are it for sure. So I'm a big fan of these, big fan of these, and literally in this example, right, like 5 items plus yourself, and then even if you don't have any of that, like just get a cell phone. Get a cell phone. You know what I mean? Like 90% of people have phones these days. You know what I mean? So you can do wonders with that shit. Like, so this is like the blueprint. This is the blueprint for sure because it's like this is what I mean. It's super easy, super easy. Let's talk overall theme though because all these songs are unreleased. And okay. And yeah, like I love like the manifestation here too in the description. Thank you for watching me work through these 3 songs of upcoming project in this small table performance. I put behind me what I see in front of me. Like that's like a real like whether you're like spiritual or not, like speaking things into existence is how good energy comes about. And there's a lot of good energy here when it comes to manifesting the things that you want. And I like the theme behind this. I like how SLM is doing a slow build, right? It's not rushing to get this album out. It's not, it's not any of that. I feel like this is exactly how, you should put something together that means a lot to you. Because, not everybody wants to have, a super serious creative direction. And then some people just have a certain direction that they want to go in when it comes to creating, right? And when it comes to like projects and things like that, I feel like SLM has done a really good job slow building this and really putting out side pieces of content surrounding it. I think that's really important when it comes to creating something that you can look back on and be like, that's how you roll something out. You know what I mean? And this is a big part of it is the pre-content, right? And for those of you that are listening here live right now, I'm spitting some fucking sauce, so clip it and ship it. But yeah, this is how you do it. This is how you do it for sure. So SLM, I'm very excited for this project. Keep doing your thing, keep taking your time, and keep putting out shit like this, man, because you're fucking making a difference, god damn it. If anything, you're gonna influence somebody. For sure you're gonna influence somebody. So with that said, huge shout out to SLM. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow make more creative junk on YouTube, they are 1 subscriber away from 20, and I'll be that one right there. So now you got to go get them to 30. So huge shout out to SLM. Make sure you follow SLM on Twitter. SLM is literally 2 followers away from 320. So great milestone there. Go show SLM some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel, man. You know, once Music Mondays gets past my channel in sub count, I think I might shed a real tear, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'll be shedding a real tear when that day comes. But yeah, regardless, we upload 2 times a week, man. Every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So if you haven't subbed to the channel, I don't know what are you doing, indeed. And if you have, and you're dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, thank you, and we appreciate it. Let's get it, baby. I'm hyped for this one, off the new Blank Thought I Forgot album. Yeah, I'm really excited for this, and it's funny because I was skimming through this, but I didn't want to fucking, like, spoil the show, right? Because this is how I, as a listener, can get through, you know, some certain new releases that otherwise, if I wasn't doing the show, I'd probably listen to. But, shit, you know, we gotta have the fucking pure reaction, so I can't spoil it, man. I can't fucking spoil it, bro. Let's take a look at the full album. But up next, before we continue with all that, we got the homie Blank Thought. Now, the Blank Thought has not only been killing it on the production side, on the mixing side, but also on the writing side. Blank Thought has been destroying writing, like absolutely. Blank Thought pieces have been 10 out of 10. So if you're interested in what Blank Thought has been doing for Music Mondays, go check out allmusicmondays.com and check out Blank Thought. But Blank Thought has been pumping out music all 2023, a lot of it actually, and it's been really insane. Definitely on the more alternative hip-hop side. Nothing like too alternative though, like very much a core hip-hop producer for sure. But this week, Blank Thought submitted Mausoleum of My Afflictions. Now this is something, because this is Blank Thought and I Forgot album, but we do have a couple features on here. So we got Johnny on here as well, Hoodie, we got Zim, lots of good names on here. But this week, the track that we'll be discussing in question, Mausoleum of My Afflictions. So let's pop this open, and this art is crazy. Like this art is crazy. I'm just gonna take away cam just to show you that. Obviously, audio listeners, I'm sorry you can't fucking see it, but YouTube video is probably live if you're watching it on audio. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this art. Big fan of this art. But with that said, this is my first listen off of this project, so let's get into it. Mausoleum of My Afflictions. Like that. I forgot.
Time's limited, so you must listen carefully.
He hides in his room and buries his face in the screen. Hyper fixed on a writer's kick, solo cipher enlightens some green. Tireless, yet the wheels turn and start a fire, igniting the dream. Top 20, there's no spot for me. I'm just here to be spiteful and mean. Chip on my shoulder that's bigger than Sisyphus boulder. I'm itching to let this shit roll uncontrollably. But I just keep pushing it up to the peak in the distance with swollen and broken knees. Fingers that bleed, gritted my teeth, trying to find me a path. Day after day, week after week, no sleep, I can hardly relax. My arm has been cracked. And all of these sedatives take the edge off my sharp wit. My apartment's now a park bench where I parse bars with a parse friend. It's my dark sense, it's a solipsism. Throwing shots with him is a large risk. Cause he already gon' know every bar spit, something that he took part in. But I've been honestly trying to keep in this blade sheath. To remain meek is a brave feat in the face of sustained heat. I've been burying pain deep, making mausoleums for my many afflictions. And now I can see that the seeds I had planted had grown into jaded decisions. Quit taking my picture. My profile is a bit wild, and I'm not here for the spotlights or the rolling cameras. The show is whack, I kinda hope it's canceled. My flow is cancer and my pen is stogie. You broken rap, well then go get your homie and come have him show me what he's doing different. Cause I'm honestly sick of this stupid shit. Bro, I just wanna spit. But all of the glitz and glamour for these Instagrammers tends to take the focus off artistic moments and just spin it into shit that kids can pick up for a minute and then just abandon. Their marketing plan is to storm every cradle with candy in hand. They don't care about the damage, just get the advance. Fuck the culture, they help to dismantle. I'm done.
Damn. Damn. That last bar. Holy shit. Oh, that last bar was good. Damn. Sheesh. Really good outro too. You know what I mean? Really, really good outro. I like the bit of space that was left open there for sure. Kale, what's good? Welcome on in. Hope you're well. I think it's very cool how he slowly speeds up his delivery. It makes his voice louder. Yeah, like the end, this definitely had like a climax kind of feel to it. The roller coaster effect, if you will. So yeah, much to discuss here. Much to discuss here. So, let's talk about it. We're gonna break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things here for this track. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Mausoleum of My Afflictions. Which the theme is like, it's a relatively like easy to understand track, right? But like the title makes the track seem, or could make the track like a lot more deeper. You know what I mean? But it was cool to watch him record it. Yeah, what the fuck? That see, damn. Yeah, that would be sick. That would be fucking sick. Yeah, so instrumental, vocals, theme, let's talk instrumental. Which is the big deal of this track here, because Blank Thought produced it. But let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about the mix, because the mix is perfect, like without a doubt. The instrumental itself, it didn't like catch me off guard, but it was a very kind of like interesting synth like sound, and I was like, how is this about to progress? And I was pleasantly surprised this instrumental had so much bounce mixed in with so much like grime and like darkness. Like I feel like this synth balanced everything out, because the drums themselves, if you just took off the mells and shit, the drums themselves are probably pretty bouncy, right? But when it comes to adding the melody with these kind of drums, it balanced it out, right? So it wasn't too bouncy and like, fast paced, but the melody kind of slowed it down and like pulled back a little bit, a little bit of dark, dreary kind of, reminds me of like Rain almost, you know what I mean? But nonetheless, the sound selection was great all across the board when it comes to the instrumental. I feel like the drums complemented the mel really nicely, and I feel like the mel complemented the drums, you know what I mean? Like, sound selection was really on point here. Mix was great too. Like I said, Blank Thought is another one of those artists though that you're unlikely to find a song that has like an iffy kind of mix. You know what I mean? Like you're pretty unlikely to have like a track where you're like, that mix wasn't that good. Every Blank Thought track that we've reacted to here on the Music Mondays podcast has always been mixed to a T. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that. But I mean, shit, anything could happen, you know what I mean? But mix is great when it comes to the instrumental. A Shining Star is definitely the melody. I feel like the melody was super fucking unique, and again, the sound choice was great. Blank Thought back at it again, man. Back at it again. So instrumental, definitely A1. More on the unique side for sure. But let's talk vocals, because I Forgot is definitely an artist that we're pretty familiar with here on the show. But this song in particular was very hard hitting, and much like Blank Thought was talking about in the chat, it's like the slow build. You know what I mean? The slow burn. And you guys have heard me talk about it on the show before. You know, that roller coaster effect where you're going up, 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 and it's not necessarily a drop. The theory is the song ends at the height of it. You know what I mean? Like it ends like at the top. So it's like you're peaking here, and then that's it. You know what I mean? Like you're like uh like once you get to the top, it's just peak. And this was totally, again, another great analogy, like a slow burn. You know what I mean? And I do feel like I Forgot came through and gave like 2 minutes of straight damage. Yeah, 219, 100%. Yeah, like shit. We can't play this again, can we? Hold on. Yeah, the start was so interesting.
So you must listen carefully.
He hides in his room.
Yeah, that start was fucking crazy, actually. Like that shit is really, really crazy. Um yeah, but Kale, you can just take the icon off. You can just take the icon off, because you can change it for your Twitch Prime logo. There's like a drum hit on the downbeat to build it. Yeah, like the intro was like it was really something else. And then um when it comes to I Forgot, it's like straight damage, like for 2 minutes straight. Like, so it's one of those tracks that'll like throw you off at the start, right? Like this is like definition of like you got to give a song a chance, because like the first like couple seconds you're like, damn, what are we about to get right here? You know what I mean? And then as the song progresses, um you're like, holy shit. You know what I mean? So Shining Star, when it comes to vocals, is riding 100%. The bars at the end really kind of not impressed me, because I Forgot's like super, super like very talented when it comes to like being a rapper and being a hip hop artist. So it's not really a shocker there that the writing was really insane, but I think the end and sort of, you know, how everything was built up is got to be the Shining Star. This was like, again, straight damage from start to finish, like start to finish. So um instrumental great, vocals definitely fucking great. I think this is a really good duo as well. I think these two totally did a good thing by creating this project. Like totally did a good thing for sure. Um so instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. Aesthetics. Like I said, this cover is a straight 10 for me. Another Blank Thought cover, but man, like can we just like look at this, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, come on. Come on. But I'm always a sucker for those kind of like foliage, you know, nature aesthetic kind of covers. And 100% a great choice. Like it's 100% a great choice. Um Especially for like a whole project like this, man. Like this, like covers like this have that whole project kind of feel to me. Like they always are like major enough to be a project cover. So it's like, it keeps you engaged essentially, right? Like I would even say the cover's enough to hook you into the whole project. But this song actually, in terms of the project, this was actually like in the middle. Yeah, this is actually track 5. So a little bit farther down on the track list. So aesthetics are great here. I'm a big fan of Blank Thought artwork, like without a doubt. But the overall theme, Mausoleum of My Afflictions is quite the track title, right? But it's overall a track title that like makes a lot of sense when you really sit down and listen to what I Forgot is like actually um saying, to be honest with you. Like you're like, wow, wait a minute, what the fuck? So it's a big it's a big like reflective song, but at the same time it's like deeper meaning to like a couple different things. And I think the pure lyricism here with the ability to flow like this and have the whole roller coaster effect really made this worth it. Like this is a special one because like you can't go recreate a song in this style. It like songs like this just come together naturally, and this is one of those ones where it's like, damn, this hit every check mark when it comes to those like fast pace, all bars, no stop kind of tracks, right? And I think the outro kind of just leading to a slow end really did this some justice. Like really did this some justice. So I'm really excited to continue to break this down. I assume Blank Thought will be submitting a couple more tracks off of this, so we'll be able to break down some more of these here on the Music Mondays podcast. And with that said, huge shout out to Blank Thought. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much fucking love. Make sure you follow Blank Dot on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Blank Dot on Twitter. Blank Dot is approaching 840 on Twitter. So literally 3 away. So make sure you go show Blank Dot some love. And of course, subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. Every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, we upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments every Thursday and Saturday. And if you've already subbed, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Not going to say too much, but there will be a trilogy, and it makes sense with the first and second cover-wise. If you notice, Welcome to the Garden was our first EP. Yeah. Wait, hold on. So before we get into these other submissions, hold on here. Oh, wait, isn't that on fucking... It's on, Into the Garden, too. What the fuck? Yeah, this is crazy. There are a lot of really good fucking themes here. The Garden, Into the Garden, and Welcome to the Garden. Movies at Midnight was our first experience with Blank. Damn. Into my bad. Welcome is a track title. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube upload. You guys know the motherfucking drill. TDG was good. Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Happy Monday. I see you. I hope you're well. Up next, speaking of TDG, we got the homie TDG. And TDG has been really killing it, kind of experimenting with a couple different styles and a couple different types of instrumentals when it comes to TDG. So I'm definitely excited to see where we're at with this, for sure. Because TDG keeps coming up with some real different types of hitters, like for sure. But yeah, with that said, let's see what TDG has for us this week. Prod by my homie and I did drums and mixing. He chopped up the samples for the melody loops. Oh shit! Okay. A little co-prod in this bitch. Let's see what we got here. TDG warnings, and this is actually exclusive, unreleased TDG. So first time you're hearing it here on Music Mondays. It's just a B/remix of an old song. Love came back on. Okay. All right, let's fucking get into this. Let's get into this. Hold on. Yeah, this cover's actually really good. What the fuck? Yeah, this one's heat. I like the TDG font here as well. 100%. Okay. Let's get into it. Exclusive unreleased TDG warnings. Oh shit. Okay, this was really cool for a couple of reasons. We've never gotten to react to some TDG production without vocals, and the fact that this was a collab and um utilize a lot of vocal samples. So this was really fucking cool to see, I'm not gonna lie. Um but yeah, King Mark and TDG sticker and song collab. Imagine at the same time you guys just drop stickers in a song. You know, don't say you heard it from me, but you know. So yeah, let's break this down because this is a very interesting track. It's not every Monday that we get to react to some TDG instrumentals here. So, warning scare me, so do I listen? Nope. Prod by my homie and I did drums and mixing, he chopped up the samples for the melody. So, man. We're gonna talk about two things here, because obviously no actual vocals, just vocal chops. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Warnings. So, let's talk mix and let's talk instrumental. So this mix was very interesting. It did slightly throw me off because the kick was really knocking, and I was like, and then it kind of, I don't know, it had this like interesting kind of kick, and then everything blended really well together. You know what I mean? Like everything just kind of worked in unison. So the mix was really solid. If I'm being honest, you know what I mean. Like this kind of mix is very much like raw, but it knocks and everything's pretty leveled out. So when it comes to actually like getting a solid mix on a song like this, it can be totally difficult, especially when you're dealing with vocal chops and loops. Because things clash and some things become fucking insane once you add them together. So I would say a really solid mix given everything that's going on in this instrumental for sure. Um, Man, so let's talk vocals. The vocal sample more specifically. The way that this was chopped up was super nice, super nice. I feel like it's not stagnant at all. It keeps the pace up. You know what I mean, without staying too repetitive at all. Like, because you could have chopped up like that first part and ran it through like the whole song, right? But when it comes to actually making a loop that's like worth a shit that people like don't instantly get sick of when they're listening to instrumentals is shit like this. I swear you just gotta tweak it up a little bit. So the sample chop was really fire, and I think that was like a nice addition for this. And the fact that it was a collab is really cool because TDG did the drums and his homie did the loop. So it was like, damn, okay. So when we want to talk about drums, the way the hats fucking roll in is perfect. Like all the sound selection for the drums are on fucking point. I like how the kick knocks really hard. Like me personally, if you ain't redlining, you ain't headlining. But other people don't like certain tracks like that. You know what I mean? Like sometimes certain songs don't call for it, but you know when it comes to certain other tracks, you can get away with those fucking kicks that cut right through anything. You know what I mean? Those kicks that almost damn near peak. And all in all, I just really like the sound selection here. In particular, um, yeah. So one other thing to talk about that's pretty notable here is the structure. Much like the loop, the structure gave this track the ability to not make it too repetitive and like overbearing when it comes to listening to an instrumental, right? Because repetition doesn't really mean that much when you have somebody rapping over your instrumentals. It matters more if you're releasing just instrumentals. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, um, you can get away with somebody freestyling over the same loop and drum pattern. You know what I mean? You can just reloop the same thing fucking however many times, but you won't really notice it that there's vocals on it. But if you're a producer and you're releasing instrumentals and all that other shit, like I think that this kind of thing is always what you want to strive for. You know what I mean? Like for my producers out there that just release instrumentals, I feel like this is one where it's like a real fine example of how to make an instrumental not too repetitive, but not all over the place where it's you got a bunch of switch ups and it's no. This flows nicely but doesn't stay repetitive, which is great. So the instrumental is solid. I think it has major collab vibes. You know what I mean? Definitely one of those instrumentals you hear and you're like, oh, okay, homie chopped up a sample. I threw drums on it. Solid. No, very solid. Again, I love the sound selection and the loop was greatly chopped. So no complaints there at all. Excellent. The hats were great as well. One more thing, like the hats and the rolls on the hats were like that was it. That was it. I like the way it dropped in for sure. Let's talk theme though. So, Angels in Hell. Aesthetic wise, this is definitely top 5 TDG covers for me. The base image is really solid, but the one on the left is a really solid choice, right? Like I feel like this is a cover that makes you attracted to the cover. You know what I mean? Like this is genuinely like a really good cover. So it's like you immediately want to click on it anyway just because of the cover. You're like, damn, okay, that's hard. And the lettering is great too. You know what I mean? Like totally, 100%. So solid cover. Definitely top 5 covers for me from TDG for sure. Warnings though. So yeah, see, that's kind of like what it like reminded me of, right? Was um the vocal sample and the way that the loop is chopped totally gave that like horror like um suspense kind of vibe. Like it totally gave that suspense horror kind of deal, like 100%. So when it comes to a track title known as Warnings, like it's one of those things where, um, you know, it's like a subtle title, but it 100% um goes with what this sound makes you feel. And I think all the feeling, like the drums knock, but the emotional side of it will definitely come from the loop sample, right? So the drums are like really a core, but when it comes to the track title, Warnings is like perfect. And that's just strictly speaking for this instrumental, right? Because TDG could put vocals on this and then fucking, the track could be completely different. But in theory, if this was to be released as an instrumental, I think Warnings is also a great title. So, with that said, thank you, TDG, for your submission, my friend. Much, 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 much fucking love. Make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. TDG is 3 away from 980. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is 5 away from 160. That's a great milestone. Go show TDG some love. Hard worker right here. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. You guys know the drill, so I'm gonna start singing it now. But yeah, man, go sub the channel. We're like 3 or 4 subs away from 150, man. And of course, per usual, you guys know we always try to sub back if we see it. So, just go support the channel. And of course, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments every Thursday and Saturday. And if you have been dropping likes, dropping comments, I see you personally, and I appreciate you. And Music Mondays appreciate you. Thank you, my friends. Tyler, what's good? I hope you're well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. Bless up, homie. Will do. You got this too. Let's fucking get it, TG. Much, much love, my friend. Thank you for your submission, per usual. Let's fucking get it, baby. Shout out to all of our patrons tonight, by the way, as well. Shout out Blank Thought, SLM, Bloodcat, TDG, and our last Patreon of the night, the homie King Mark. Let's go. Okay, all right, Mark. All right. See, this is gonna be some monumental shit right here. Okay. I assume this is some exclusive Unleashed King Mark, but Mark's definitely a very, very talented alternative pop, alternative trap, alternative really artist, to be honest with you. Mark has kind of dabbled in a few different styles and really started to hone in on a lot of these different styles, so definitely interested in this, because the last couple of weeks of Mark's submissions have been like levels up in like such an insane way that you can almost like pinpoint the shit. So it's like, damn, like this motherfucker is progressing. So I'm very excited for this one. So let's pop this open a new tab and see what we got here. I love you. I can't take this back. Prod Lil Soda Boy. Okay. So, wow, this cover's hard. Yeah, this cover's really hard. What the fuck? That might be one of my favorites, goddammit. Holy shit. Yeah. Wow. Okay. 2 minutes 3. Damn. Alright. Let's get into this, man. King Mark, I love you. I can't take this back. Pride Little Soda Boy. Exclusive unreleased. You're hearing it first here on Music Mondays. Let's go.
BigLeaks.com. You said I love you. I don't know how much of that is true. That's what these drugs do. I lie awake in this dark room. They're out to get you. They're out to get me too. You said I love you. I said I'll always love you too. And I can't take it back. All these words seem to slip right on my mind. And I can't take it back. I'm moving on. They say that's what's the best for me now.
Dude, the tag epicleaks.com and then that old ass notification from whatever kind of fucking piece of shit phone that was, bro. What kind of notification is that? I feel like everybody has heard that notification like 500 times in their life. Is that like an Android notification or something? Like, that shit is funny as shit. Like, that is super nostalgic. Super, super fucking nostalgic. Samsung standard off Android. Yes, okay. Cause I'm like, damn, where the fuck have I heard that, bro? Like, alright. But this was a fucking like 10 out of 10 from me, man. Like I feel like Mark should only use these kind of beats. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be prod soda, but these beats do Mark so much justice. Like even if the vocals aren't, mixed in a certain way, I feel like these instrumentals just pair so well with Mark. So, man, you guys know the drill. Let's break down this exclusive unreleased King Mark because this is a very, very, very special track here. So, talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of "I Love You, I Can't Take This Back." I didn't even read half the vocals because I was so like immersed in this song that I was just like listening. I was purely like, I was in there, man. I was in there. So, let's talk instrumental. Prod Little Soda Boy, right? So, this is going to be pretty cool for me to talk about because I don't get to talk about Soda Boy beats too often. Was definitely an early influence for me as a producer, and definitely is a producer that I've listened to a lot. So, when it comes to this instrumental, the mix is pretty solid too, don't get me wrong. Nothing clashing too overbearing. It's real tight around the edges. But when it comes to this instrumental, there aren't many producers that make the kind of minimalistic pop, alternative pop, kind of alternative trap drums really work well. Some beats and instrumentals can sound really dry if you go like the minimal route, right? Because there's probably like probably like 5 or 6 sounds in here, melody included, and it's such a special skill to be able to like fill all the gaps. You know what I mean? It's such a special skill because like the essence of producing instrumentals that people can and want to get on is keeping them minimalistic, right? But how do you keep them so minimalistic that it still sounds full? And I learned a lot from this kind of style because I started experimenting with it myself, right? Doing it in a style where I liked, right? So more guitars, more fucking 808s and shit like that. This in particular though, definitely like hits all those check marks for me when it comes to a nice, simple, hard-hitting instrumental, right? There it's like enough substance in this instrumental that it's enjoyable on its own, and then you add King Mark to it, and it's like, okay, now we're fucking, we're cooking with some steam here. So it's like, all right. But yeah, it was a huge influence on me and more production style, you know what I mean? Because like the simplistic instrumentals are the way to go, and I think what matters more is how hard they hit in your sound selection. You know what I mean? And Soda has that down pat when it comes to this style. And it just so happens that Mark has a really solid voice for this, whether it is, mixed differently or not. That's really not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is, does Mark sound good on these type of instrumentals? And yes, because you can make the simplistic minimal instrumentals in any style, whether it be trap, hip hop, lo-fi, boom bap, no matter what it is. But when it comes to like this alternative, new pop and kind of mixing it with some trap and hip hop elements, it's a very kind of intricate process. It's a very intricate process to kind of sound select nicely, but also still keep the bounciness of it. And again, this instrumental in particular hits all those boxes for me. Nice long intro, huge middle, nice long outro. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Sound selection was everything here, though. Hats were really solid. Yeah, I'm gonna say sound selection just because I'm a huge fan of how everything complements each other really nicely, especially the melodies. So, no surprise here that Soda came through on this for sure. But with that said, sound selection, definitely a shining star. Let's talk vocals. Because Mark had quite the flow and cadence on this. But before we get into that, vocals are mixed great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. We have King Mark back again with like a different style of mixing. And I think Mark is just, bouncing back and forth between whatever they feel like doing. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's how you stay fresh and creative. I wouldn't hone down too hard on one style. Of course, it's great to fucking perfect your craft. Don't get me wrong, but it's always good to bounce around a little bit to keep yourself on your toes and fresh. You know what I mean? To remind yourself that there is a lot to learn. So I like that Mark kind of switches back vocal mixes. You know what I mean? Depending on what they're creating. So really cool. Really cool. But flow and cadence, 100% the shining star. Songwriting is really fucking stellar here as well. Especially the tail end. It's just like a love ballad, but it's so hard hitting, man. It's so hard hitting. Like, that is the best combo. You have these like hard hitting, bouncy, kind of like softer kind of instrumentals, right? Like alternative pop shit, and then it's like some super sad love ballad, but like not like too bad, you know what I mean? But the writing is just like fucking A1 when it comes to pairing it with instrumentals like this. So I think shit like this is like peanut butter and jelly. You know what I mean? Like it's just a great fucking combo. You know what I mean? A great fucking combo. And I love the songwriting. Love, love, love. But above that though, the flow and cadence. The flow and cadence went so well with this instrumental. I feel like Mark really made this a really easy listen for a first time listener. They were getting introduced to this side of music, right? The vocals were stellar. Instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme. So definitely one of my favorite Mark covers when it comes to this style. Simple, but I like the picture that was chosen. I feel like it complements the songwriting now that we've heard it, right? So I feel like this is spot on. Like fuck. And I just love the edits, man. Like the small edits, it doesn't have to be like deep fried and da 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 da. It doesn't have to do any of that. But this one in particular, yes. Totally goes along with the theme, like 100%. So let's talk overall theme. I love you. I can't take this back. So, a relatively relatable theme, you know what I mean? Like about cementing your love for somebody that, you'll probably never stop loving. You know what I mean? Whether it was a good or bad way you came to that conclusion, you just know when certain people are like really important to you. And even though some things are like very cemented in your life, it doesn't mean that you have to like stay there. You know what I mean? So I'm getting a couple different feelings here. Just some confliction and really like laying it all on the table. You know what I mean? Like a couple of these lyrics are super relatable to like the average person. Like the average person would hear this and be like, damn, that is so fucking true. You know what I mean? And like that's what's beautiful about this kind of shit, is because putting these feelings in words are something that most people can't do. So that's why I really encourage you to, not to write love songs, man, but go put your feelings on some paper and I guarantee you're going to make a fucking difference. You know what I mean? Like go put your feelings on paper and you're going to be like, wow, all right. You know what I mean? And then recording it is like another beautiful thing. So, but, yeah, this is one of those that has a couple of lines that a lot of people can relate to, but if you can't relate to it, you're going to enjoy the instrumental and the flow. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't enjoy the theme, the next best thing is the instrumental and the flow, because you're going to be like, So, yeah, no, 100%. Like, this has, like, the whole King Mark package that you'd want out of a new King Mark single, if we're being honest, especially with the prod, too. It's like, shit, like, the fuck? But, with that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Thank you so much, my friend, for letting us premiere this exclusive unreleased King Mark. Make sure you follow King Mark on SoundCloud, literally 5 away from 170. That is a great milestone, by the way. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark Music on Twitter, literally 8 away from 290. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 sub-roonies on the main channel. Almost more than my own personal channel, so that's fucking fire. I can't wait till I can be like, yes, it grew bigger than my channel. So yeah, go sub the channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week, man. Exclusive content, full podcast episodes, exclusive, bro, we got it all. Guides, tips, tricks, you name it. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to be. But anybody else that already has subscribed and dropping likes, dropping comments, I appreciate you and thank you, my friends. So we are about at the halfway point of our show. We have showed love to all of our patrons. Huge shout out to a Bloodcat, SLM, TDG, Blank Thought, and King Mark. Thank you guys for not only subscribing to our Patreon, but submitting your tracks. Like, fuck, thank you. Regardless if you're subscribed to your Patreon or not. Thank you. But with that said, we're going right back into the rest of our reactions and reviews, man. We gotta take care of everybody else now, so let's fucking go. But before we do that, it's about the halfway point of the show. So you guys know what that means. We're gonna take a bathroom break. We are going to take a leak. We're going to get ourselves a drink. And if you need to get up, stretch, go take a smoke break, do whatever you need to do, go and do that. So we're gonna run a quick commercial break. And when we return, we have Kale up next. So this will be a good one. Sit tight, stay right there, and we'll be right back with Music Mondays, episode 117. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with the Music Mondays podcast, episode 117. How the fuck we doing? Hope you all had a good break, but we're about to get right back into it, my friends. Let's see. So we finished off all of our Patreons. Huge shout out to our Patreon crew. You guys are amazing. Thank you. But we have the rest of our submissions to get through. So up first, we got the homie, Kale. And it's been a while since we've heard from Kale. So, again, Kale's along those lines of producers that just care about the music and really understand that building their platforms up as a producer is more important than chasing unrealistic placements and leases and da 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 da. Like, Kale has done much more than your average producer that compares about leases and things like that. So, if you're gonna take any influence from anybody, it's definitely Kale, for sure. But we've seen Kale produce a large amount of different types of instrumentals. I wouldn't put any specific style on Kale. Definitely not experimental though. Totally in the alternative realm, like 100%. So with that said, Kale submitted a track with a BLP GIF. So let's see what we got here. Kale submitted a track titled I've been listening to a lot of BLP Kosher. Look at this motherfucker. He's just straight chilling, bro. Straight chilling. I am crying, bro. I am fucking crying. Yeah. So, let's check this out. Kale, I've been listening to a lot of BLP Kosher. Let's go. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh. The rolls, bro. This was good. Dude. Great outro. Great fucking outro. It doesn't just cut off. It just fucking has the nice fade out. That was so many little things I liked about this all the way through. A lot actually. So let's break this down, man. Let's fucking break this down. So we're gonna talk about two things because obviously no vocals. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about the overall theme of I've been listening to a lot of BLP Kosher. So let me preface this by saying this mix could not get any better if anybody else tried. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's like a couple of tweaks that could be made, but this is like such a perfect, like, every producer should strive to make mixes like this. This knocks so hard. There's enough kind of like mud in here that it doesn't sound like shit. Um, like everything sits so nicely on top of each other. Everything's so clearly defined. I think this mix is really like on another level. On another level. Like I don't think most people understand like what it takes to get certain tracks to get a mix like this. Because if you've cooked up beats a long enough time, some beats will just come out like this and you don't gotta do shit. And then some beats you have to like give your arm and leg to get to sound like this, depending on what sounds you chose and how it's laid out. So this is typical. I really like the mix a lot. It's I wouldn't change a fucking thing at all. Like that mix is great. Huge fan of the mix. Sound selection. There was enough sounds in here as to where it wasn't like overpowering the instrumental whatsoever. I feel like there was just enough to keep it really bouncy, and they're all like spread throughout the song, right? So it's not like all the drums are banging at once, and it's not like everything's kind of trying to fight for space. I feel like everything was really put in a place very articulately. And little shit like that matters. Like it matters so much, and it'll make the world of difference in your beats. And Kale definitely knows that. You know what I mean? Like definitely knows that. Um, there's so many shining stars here that I really enjoy about this. From structure to the mix to the sound selection, like the thing with the structure that I want to talk about is, I see producers still kind of doing this as to where like they don't have any breakdowns or they don't let the beat breathe. Like they don't let the motherfucker breathe. Like get off him, bro. Like Jesus Christ, because you'll just have a drum loop, all the way through. And here we have two breakdowns as to where the beat gets a chance to breathe and chill out a bit. You know what I mean? And you get the chance to absorb the mel. And in this case, we have two separate ones where it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like we kind of have this like chill moment here where we get to catch our breath for a bit. And I feel like that's like a key in a lot of like fast-paced tracks, but more importantly a lot of BLP tracks. I feel like that was definitely like a style move, but also it was a good move as well. Just because like these like types of instrumentals specifically do really well like that. But most instrumentals do anyway, you know what I mean? Just let your shit breathe and you'll be good, Especially for the listeners, you know what I mean? Some people, like they like register music differently. So, it's always better to just let it breathe than to just, go all out. And this was perfect. So that's why structure was like really important here. So yeah, structure, sound selection, mix. Mells were great. Mells were actually insane. The mells definitely can't be fucking slept on here. The mells were crazy. The mells were fucking crazy. Shining Star though, it's really hard for me to pick one thing that's like really standout-ish. Because I like a lot of this. Like a lot of it's very standout. But I would have to say structure. I really enjoyed the fact that this was so fast paced and so hard hitting, but it gave time to breathe. That's what kind of made it really enjoyable for me as a listener. You know what I mean? But other people might have different opinions. That's why there's like creative integrity and all that. So that's why all that matters. You know what I mean? That's like one of those things where like, yeah, you might like it better, but I don't. That's why I cook my beats this way. So I always take that into consideration. Some people's creative integrity is just different, but when it comes to this in particular and structure, yeah, definitely structure, definitely. So instrumental, very fucking solid. But let's talk theme here. I mean, cover art, like, come on. Like obvious choice, right? Like obvious fucking choice. But the overall theme is interesting because for one simple reason, right? And you want to know why? Because there are 1,000 producers in this world right now that would have uploaded this and called this BLP Kosher Type Beat XBPM X Key by Kale. And that makes it look not like who cares about all that? You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Like is it fucking hard or is it not? This is gonna make people be like, damn, what is this? And actually like find out on their own like how producers can showcase their shit without being it's like they wear it on their fucking forehead and shit. You know what I mean? Like they're like, yeah, dude, like this is that and this is that. Like, who cares about all that? You know what I mean? Like this is and like let me preface that by saying, you know, not who cares, but producers get so locked in with selling and leases and da 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 da. They skip out on the real fun of this shit. And I know Kale was having fun with this, so that's how it led to the picture. It led to the title. You know what I mean? So that's what it's all about. And I'm not saying selling beats is ass. Like, plenty of people make a lot of cash off selling beats. You know what I mean? A lot of producers are very fucking talented with it. I'm speaking more in terms of like, you know, people that are at like a smaller level. You know what I mean? Super worried about chasing like a placement. You know what I mean? Nah, like cook up hard shit like this, and you're gonna get a lot of artists' fucking attention, bro. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get a lot of people's fucking attention. So that's what I have to say about this theme, because again, you could have easily just titled it like BLP Kosher Type Beat, you know, BPM Key, you know, Prod Kale. Like, and that would have been all right. It still would have hit just as hard, but it doesn't make it personal. It makes people want to explore what you got going on. You know what I mean? Because who knows? You might have a track. I've been listening to a lot of Lil Peep. I've been listening to a lot of, you know, Denzel Curry. I've been listening to... So, like, that's what makes people interested in shit like this. You know what I mean? It's more of the curiosity than it is like, oh, it's just another producer trying to sell leases. You know what I mean? Because it's not that you don't sell leases. It's just that this is one of those kind of special ones. You know what I mean? So, well done here. Well fucking done. With that said, huge shout out to Kale. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Much, much love. And of course, make sure you follow Kale on SoundCloud. Literally 5 away from 450. A great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Kale on Twitter at DatBoyKale. Literally 3 away from 650. Another great milestone. Let's fucking go, baby. And with that said, of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 Subarunis on the main channel. 150 is crazy. We're like 3 or 4 away, so if you haven't subbed, go sub to the channel. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive uploads, exclusive content, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, exclusive tracks. We got it all on there, man. So go show some love to the channel if you haven't already. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you, man. You're very welcome, my friend. You're very welcome. Thank you for your submission. So yeah, let's fucking get it, baby. Up next, we have the homie, Saint Wave. And I saw this track get submitted, right? And I was crying. I was in fucking tears because it's Bustelo. That is the track title of this. Bustelo. And for those of you that are like coffee drinkers or fucking caffeine extraordinaires, y'all know fucking... I was literally just finishing an energy drink like 10 minutes ago. This was fucking funny to see. This was funny to see because Cafe Bustelo is a type of coffee that will make you fucking hear colors, bro. You will be so cracked off of Cafe Bustelo that you will be hearing colors, bro. You'll be seeing the future, man. So I was super, like, I chuckled so much because I was like, dude. And Saint Wave is just so talented at, like, balancing that kind of, like, comedic effect with, like, straight talent and, like, actual musical prowess. So it's like, okay, there's something here. But Saint Wave is a great alternative hip-hop artist, for sure. But as you can tell, they submitted a track titled Bustelo. So I'm really excited to see what the fuck we have going on here. Because I saw this, man, and like I said, I was like, what the fuck, bro? Wave Bustelo. It's not Cafe Bustelo, it's Wave Bustelo. Dude, nah, bro. Nah. I love it. I love it. Between, like, okay, Digital Girl and so many of the other kind of, like, they're not meme tracks, right? They're just, like, funny. like saucy, like because the cover just makes it so funny, but the song is like super serious. You know what I mean? Like it's not that he's goofing off during the whole track. Like that's the thing with this is like it's like meme covers, but like the whole songs are like well written and well performed and well delivered and serious. So it's a great combo. You know what I mean? It's a great combo you don't see often. So with that said, Saint Wave, Bustelo.
Oh shit, I gotta get the fuck up. Damn it, this always fucking happens, man. So now I'm up in the morning, can't hurt and worms. Sipping on Bustelo, cracking up the bello. Filling with gelato. Your life ain't always perfect, but I work it like Geppetto. Hello, bag alert, money call, and we pick up. Need a girl, worry about the details, cause I see the bigger picture. Post nut, I'm seeing clearer. I shouldn't even be here. Them IPAs don't play fair. Nah, with the attitude, so I stay clear. Hangover up like something, I don't know, about like 10 beers. Last night felt like New Year's. I'm in a new gear, painted for the doofy. Pop a tire like 3 years. I gotta get right, it's a short life. Ain't with all the strife, cut the stress in my life. Can't afford 2 riches, cause Sally in my pockets for about 100. Trying to stay focused like Addies and some coffee. I'd love to take the edge off, this music gon' pay off. I hate him like Adolf, young and fell, pray to the system. Normalize trade education, they don't want you with that paper. And I don't trust their gestures, everything they do a write-up. And I ain't pressured by their silence, talking never too much. Niggas still hungry, left flint, hella thirsty. Ain't no way I make you just like them, cause I sip my coffee. Still thinking about some pussy when the world is messy. And my debt like moving mountains. So maybe I'm selfish, or maybe I'm helpless.
I like this a lot, man. So, again, like the Bustelo title and cover is fucking hilarious, but as you can see, the song is totally 100% serious. You know what I mean? Like usually people who do this kind of shit are like total meme motherfuckers that, you know, are doing different shit. But this is like a thing of its own, right? Because it's like at face value, there's something to give you a chuckle, you know, every once in a while. But it's not all like that because Digital Girl is not like that either. You know what I mean? But this in particular, like I found to be like the perfect balance. Same thing with the one with the the Martha Stewart cover. You know what I mean? Like that one was um just as well. But let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Bustelo. Which kind of it plays an interesting part because the majority of the song's theme kind of relates to like the Bustelo kind of lore. So we'll talk about that in a second. But talk about instrumental. Relatively simple and chill, laid back instrumental. Pretty bouncy, has some groove to it. Mix was good. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocal sat pretty nicely. Yeah, no gripes with the instrumental at all. I definitely think the vocal sample used was really well utilized. So shout out this producer because they did a really good job for sure when it comes to the vocal sample. So I feel like that was a real essential part of this. 100%. 100%. So yeah, the instrumental is great. I like the choice of instrumental too. I like the choice a lot. But again, Shining Star's got to be the vocal sample. I definitely think the vocal sample is like a big deal here. So well done when it comes to the instrumental, 100%. But let's Let's talk vocals here. So, vocals were really like had a little bit of everything here because like, you know, when it comes to the mix, let's start there because the mix is something that is really well rounded when it comes to Saint Wave. I haven't heard a Saint Wave track that I'm like, oh, okay, like, this could use some work or yada yada yada. No, not at all. Not at all. Um but this one in particular is solid. Nothing clashing, too overbearing, pretty well rounded, pretty tight knit for sure. Um but outside of the mix, like the thing that I love the most, um man, it's got to be the writing. It's got to be the writing because it wasn't one of those like fast paced like bar for bar kind of tracks. Like this one made you like sit back and listen to what Saint Wave is saying. You know what I mean? And like the instrumental provided like a really good foundation for that. So if you sit back and listen to this, you'll find that Saint Wave had some very stellar songwriting in this, like really good. So the writing was fucking excellent, and even the Bastello line and like all of it packed together was a real sit back, smoke, clean the crib, put on something on a Sunday morning, fucking go for a ride. Like this is that song, 100%, 100%. So writing was great. Close second's got to be flow and cadence though. I really like how Saint Wave approached this track a lot. Um, so yeah, vocals are well done, instrumentals well done. Let's talk theme though. Aesthetics, you guys know I'm a huge fan of this fucking cover, so nothing to say there. I thought this was comedy, and just a little wave cropped on on the end there was just the icing on the cake. Cause I saw this and I was like, no way, the Cafe Bustelo, bro. I feel like I'm one of the only people that could have appreciated this because I feel like not a lot of people know about Cafe Bustelo, or maybe they do, and I'm just tripping. But I love the cover. Totally hilarious. And like that's why sometimes covers like these work because for me personally, I resonated with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like somebody's gonna get it. You know what I mean? Like somebody's gonna get it and made me appreciate it more. So aesthetics are great. Overall theme though, relatively simple title, kind of like one of those titles you pick based off of like one bar or two bars. But the whole song kind of talks about a regain, a refresh, waking up after a hangover, early mornings, late nights, kind of the get up and go no matter what kind of vibe. And that's why I feel like the Bastello kind of title and cover does this a lot of justice because I feel like that represents like pushing through a lot of bullshit. Like it's like a metaphor for pushing through like a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Like, cause Cafe Bustelo is some like fucking, that's damn near like cracking a can. You know what I mean? Like you drink 2 cups of that, you're gonzo. So it's like, yeah, like I feel like this is a cool representation of like what it means to push through anything and what it means to just kind of never stop no matter what. You know what I mean? And I think this is a cool theme to kind of expand upon, just based off of coffee. You know what I'm saying? So well fucking done, Saint Wave. Well done, my friend. Huge shout out to Saint Wave. Thank you for your submission. Make sure you follow Saint Wave on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Saint Wave on Twitter. Saint Wave is literally 1 follower away from 940. Literally 1 away. So go show Saint Wave some love, man. That was actually hilarious. I really enjoy some Saint Wave, man. So, let's continue on, my friends. So up next, we have the homie Lil Wet Wet, aka Patterns. And Patterns has just been on a fucking tear recently here on the show. So this week I would not be surprised if we are just as shocked. But Wet Wet is a very, 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 very talented alternative artist and director. So it's always a pleasure for me to check out some Lil Wet Wet, like 100%. Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna hold us back because this is probably gonna be fucking cooked. So let's pop this open in a new tab. And oh shit, we got 4K here. All right, let's just go 1080. So Lil Wet Wet submitted a visual with Bedhead titled Green Tea. Now this came out in January of last year, 2022. So not brand new, but not exactly old either. So we got something pretty relevant here. Dream Green Tea, support Lil Wet Wet, support Bedhead. Email. Lots of love in the comments. Yeah, what the fuck? Lots of love in the comments. Holy shit. Fucking go, okay. Alright. Let's get into it. Lil Wet Wet, Bedhead, Green Tea, official visual.
Sparrow.
What the fuck? Wow, man. Dude,
Fuck it, dude.
this shit had me smiling the whole time because fucking Patterns was smiling, bro. This motherfucker, dude. This was so good. Dude, this keeps fucking doing it, man. They are just beyond talented. All right, so let's talk about it though, because much to discuss here, and I think there's a couple serious topics we can actually really dive into though, for real, because even though this was from the beginning of last year, I feel like the way that Wet Wet like leveled up is insane. Like it's really insane to see the fucking progress with all the recent drops compared to what was going on just last year. Like it's evident that it was like a complete level up. Like Patterns just didn't stop when it comes to videos and when it came to music, and that's one thing I noticed immediately. You know what I mean? Not that this is even like remotely like different or anything, but I feel like you can just see the level up, and it's so tippable. It's so fucking tippable. I love seeing this shit because going back to older tracks and like seeing like where artists are at now is like fuck, dude. It's different. It's really fucking different. So, all right. Let's break this down. We're talking about three things. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Green Tea. Man, so much to discuss here. So much to discuss, but let's talk instrumental. So I think it might have been Prod Bedhead. It might have been. Plus 5V. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, this instrumental, obviously, nothing outside of Wet Wet's usual, but definitely one that's a bit more like fast paced and a bit more like upbeat. Not necessarily like upbeat emotionally, just in terms of like sonics and sound and just kind of like making you feel a little bit of like bubbly and like warm inside. It's one of those instrumentals that's fast paced like that, and it still has some bounce and things. So it definitely brings that kind of like classic fucking feel. You know what I mean? Like it's instrumentals like these are important because like I feel like this style of music got so skewed over the years, and it's so refreshing to see a couple of artists like truly stick to their like sounds and like what they enjoy. So when it comes to instrumentals like these, they're finely crafted in a certain way. Like they're like using such key elements of trap and alternative pop and shit, even like dance and like EDM, and they're all utilized so well. Like it's these specific types of instrumentals that are like some of my personal favorites, but they're very unique because it's not overdoing it, but it's not kind of trying to copy anything. It's right where it should be. So the instrumental is great. Mix was great as well. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Um, Everything sat really nicely too. Like everything knocked and cut through. So the instrumental is great. Very nostalgic. Um, let's talk vocals though, because we've had our fair experience with Wet Wet, from reactions to interviews to visuals. But this is the first time we've seen the duo, the notorious Wet Wet and Bedhead duo, together. And this is a pleasure. I mean, yeah, sure, we've had production, but when it comes to vocals, nah, we haven't. So it's really cool, really cool to be able to dive into a track like this. You know what I mean? Um, so when it comes to vocals, Wet Wet completely like it was almost like just a little bit of like a younger version. You know what I mean? Like even though it was just a year ago, I feel like Wet Wet has leveled up so much when it comes to flows and mixing and like overall even like style, you know? And looking back on this, like it's like this was still so good. You know what I mean? So it's like, damn, like this motherfucker, dude. I love it. I think that's really amazing because like when I see artists kind of progress like that, no matter who it is, I'm like, that's like just a beautiful sign, man. It's just a beautiful sign. Like even the visuals have upgraded like immensely, you know. But as far as vocals go, Patton's flow and cadence on this was everything, and kept making me smile because it's just they were having so much fun in this video. You know what I mean? Like I love videos like this. So Pattern's flow and cadence was excellent. The writing though, I noticed the writing was really crazy too. The writing and just the kind of like wordplay that was going on here was very unique. Very unique. But Bedhead, this was, you know, the first experience that we really got to have with Bedhead, you know, outside of production. And I'm impressed, you know what I mean? Definitely like it was exactly what I expected, you know what I mean? Exactly like come on. Come on. So I love the Bedhead verse on this. Love it. 100%. 100%. I would say writing for both, to be honest with you, but I feel like, you know, anybody could, not anybody, but, you know, people can write good verses, but it's really about the delivery and kind of like the confidence with it, right? And, you know, these two have both of those, especially when it comes to like, you know, the visual, but we'll talk about that in a second. You know, the thing with this style is like it's very like, and like I need to touch on this because like when it comes to like alternative pop and like um and like hyper pop and all that shit, right? You know, many of you know that I've been big on the Washington, Oregon kind of scene for years, especially my early journalist days, and then with production and things like that. But when it comes to this vocal style and these instrumentals and how this is done here, make no mistake that there are a very select few individuals that can pull this off correctly and make it unique but stay true to like the style but also like do something new. Like very few, very few. We're not going to go through names and shit like that. I think we could do that in like a separate video or a stream sometime. But this style in particular, like pre hyper pop, right? Because hyper pop's like a different thing. Um, this is a mix of, you know, like everything, but it's like it has this core to it that is just it has so many great elements of like alternative pop and trap and hip hop, and I think that was more important at the time, right? And so many people got like brushed to the side when hyperpop got like super like active. And when it comes to this style, I feel like this needs to be recognized more because it's so fucking good. Like it's so fucking good. So between Bedhead and Wet Wet and anybody else they have in their crew, like I AZ Bug, I feel like this is great. Like this needs to be kept alive, and I feel like they're the only ones doing this kind of unique shit right now. Like strictly when it comes to vocals, because visuals are like a fucking that's a whole different thing. But that's that on vocals. Instrumentals great, vocals great. Let's talk visual. So this one was interesting. Because from the more recent wet visuals, we've seen more inner city locations, we've seen more kind of personal locations. This is the first time we've seen some foliage, fields, forest kind of locations down by the river, at the park. Like this is like like it's just fucking spot on. Like this is perfect cuz I love going to places like this, but at the same time, they make for like insane shots, like insane shots. So I feel like this was kind of cool to see what it would be like, you know, for them to go out and actually do something in these locations, right? And executed perfectly, if I'm being honest with you, like completely executed perfectly. Like, you know, the amount of editing that went into this is probably insane. But at the same time, it came out so good because it's not repetitive. It's not because this is like a genuine music video, right? Like this is genuinely like how you can DIY a music video. But when it comes to like what's done and like the small edits, this is perfect. Like even the lyrics at the bottom are such a nice touch, for music videos because not everybody like does that. You know what I mean? Everybody's kind of either puts some description or makes lyric videos, but sometimes when they're like this and they're very like home footage style, it because it's not really VHS style, it's more like home footage style, and I feel like putting lyrics at the bottom is always a plus, always a plus. um yeah, so again with this visual too, like Wet had me dying because like motherfuckers just smiling the whole video. I'm like, dude, they had such a good time with this, bro. They had such a good time with this. um so again, like, you know, for years, Wet has been like super comfortable on camera. You know what I mean? I think them being on camera is like a really clear indication of why these videos come out so well. So that's why I encourage everybody to, you know, get used to being on camera and you know, pictures and all types of shit. You know what I mean? See what you like, see what you don't like, because these are two individuals that knew what they liked on camera. You know what I mean? Like, and this came out hard as shit, hard as fuck. So um, the edits and the footage were everything. Were just completely everything. And it was different from the ones that we've gotten to react to on the show. You know what I mean? Like it was slightly different. It was like, oh, okay, like so now we going into the fucking forest today. You know what I mean? Okay, now we're going to get lost in the fields and shit. It's like, oh damn. You know what I mean? It's like, huh. So instrumental, extremely solid. Visual, extremely solid. Vocals, extremely solid. Theme. So obviously no aesthetics. Because visual. But when it comes to green tea, there was a couple of bars in here and a couple of punchlines that made the green tea title kind of obvious, and I like the implementation of it. I like the implementation of it a lot. Because it doesn't give you the impression that it's like any like style of song, right? Um, but it's very much Wet Wet and Bedhead putting a lot of their emotions out there when it comes to what they're feeling and like how their personal lives are going and like how their love lives are going and titling this green tea almost misleads people and then it gets them more intrigued to check out what it is. Because green tea could mean anything. You know what I mean? So that's why wordplay and things like that work out a lot. I mean, look at somebody like Bones and people who just use anything for their song titles, but that's not necessarily like what the song is about. You know what I mean? So I feel like this was a good title to come to like a happy medium on that would get people interested, but at the same time is totally significant to what the actual meaning and theme is of this. So I like the title a lot. I like the title a lot. And the theme is inherently obvious, but I feel like it was backed up by so much. You know what I mean? Like so much. So yeah, I mean, Lil Wet Wet has quite the bright future ahead of them if they just keep working hard. You know what I mean? Keep fucking working hard because this is going to be in a special place for sure. So, with that said, huge shout out to Patterns, aka Lil Wet Wet. Huge shout out to Bedhead. Make sure you go sub to Patterns on YouTube. Patterns literally 14 subs away from 300, man. That is a great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow Patterns on Twitter. Literally 5 away from 340. So go show Patterns some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 150 on the main channel, so if you haven't subbed to the main channel, please do so, my friends. We upload 2 times a motherfucking week, every Thursday and Saturday. And if you've already subbed to the channel, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, and I appreciate you. But yeah, exclusive uploads, exclusive segments, full podcast episodes, tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel, so definitely go check that out. Bird, what's good? Happy Monday. I hope you're well. Welcome on in, my friend. Holy shit. Yeah, Patterns is always a pleasure to get to sit down and really talk about on the show because like again, like I don't speak much on the Seattle kind of Oregon like era that happened in like 2018, 2019, but that was a very like important time in my career too. And yeah, that's something that we're going to talk about here on the show eventually, sooner than later. I have a couple of videos that we totally got to watch party and I'll react to. But yeah, man, shout out Patterns. But our next submission is a first time submitting artist. Halloween on Top. Mr. Halloween. First time submitting artist. Okay. Mr. Halloween, The Fallen Records. Okay. 2 mutuals. So definitely nobody we've heard before at all. And nobody we've reacted to here on the show. So we're going to go in blind. We have 0 assumptions here. So let's see what Mr. Halloween has in store for us. First time submitting artist, Mr. Halloween. Deep breath. Sped up. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Deep breath, breathing in the cash. Make the
big shits, big drip, big clip, big grip, and I unload it all when I shoot my shit. Got the darkness in my heart, cause I grew up with the haters. R.I.P. to Bailey, fuck Josh, no again, no player. Up and through your crop, would you now will make the beats at the beats, long green, later long, hit the streets. Got those E-pills, girl, what you need to chill. I be catching speeding bills, cause my whip gon' hit a mill. I'm never falling off, you know I'm grinding on the field. Anyone trying to fade from the back will catch a hit. Tower over y'all like a standing on still. Solid as a rock, just how I street for real. Never out the fraud, those the stitches getting killed. We just have to eat the meal, swallow plates of dollar bills. Deep breath, breathing in the cash. Make a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. She swallowed me whole. Take a deep breath, deep breath. Put that Patron, she's with the deep breath, ain't breaking me, bitch. My moves make it jump.
All I do is win. Stacking money, I'm just chillin' in the bins. Getting so high, I just hitting on a pin. If you rob me, then you gotta know my pin. Cause I'm not stupid, all I do is fucking win, yeah. Just came back from Mexico, feeling so geek, need a Lexapro. 100 on my wrist, I'm not flexing, no. Names right, no, gotta let you know. If you lie, gotta let you go. Too busy, just stacking dough. Have no time for none of these hoes, I had 3 businesses, I don't need rap. I don't do drugs, I don't need a trap. I just want some Henny and some loud pack. And a bad bitty that just loves to tap. Watch out for the stick, always got the strap. If you hurt my family, gonna cap your ass. Keep 30 on my wrist, that's real shit. 20K feature, that's not a deal, bitch. Yeah. That's not a deal, bitch. Fuck you talking about?
So this was really interesting. This was a good mix of a couple of things, if I'm being honest with you. So first time submitting artist, Mr. Halloween. Let's talk about it. Man. So interesting mix of a couple styles here. Couple things to touch on. So let's break this down. We're gonna talk about 3 things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Deep Breath. So instrumental wise, kind of what I was expecting, but it doesn't go like the full like horrorcore route. It definitely keeps like a lot of hip hop elements like really, really steady, which I think complements this a lot because you know, sometimes people like overdo the like horrorcore kind of, you know, like dark and demonic sound, and I feel like Mr. Halloween kind of hit the bullseye on like combining like organic hip hop and really like organic like horror elements to their songs. So I was like, this is a nice little blend here, especially with like the beat switch ups and shit. I definitely feel like this was like a nice mix for sure. Speaking of mix, the mix is solid too. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocals sit nicely. Everything cuts through nicely for sure. Yeah, I would have to say the structure is a shining star for me anyway. Just because the structure is so crucial to making this song like not repetitive at all. You know what I mean? Like the structure is everything because the instrumental is solid, and then you get to the first beat switch up, and it totally like takes you for a loop. So you're more intrigued to really see where it goes. So I feel like that was a really, really good addition. Sound selection is a close second too, because sound selection's like really like really like important when it comes to going for like a certain style of things. So I do feel like sound selection here was A1 when it comes to the instrumental. Um, so yeah, instrumental solid. Structure was great. Let's talk vocals. So clocking in at 322, and this came out in 2019, so not exactly brand new, but not exactly super, super old. A couple years old, but not crazy old. Clocking in at 322, it kind of gives you the impression that, maybe it could be like a full, start to finish kind of lay 3 verses down kind of song, but with the instrumental kind of constantly changing, and not constantly, but with the instrumental switch ups, I feel like this made for a really unique vocal experience and gave Halloween like a really good opportunity to really showcase what they can do when it comes to different styles of vocals. So I feel like the versatility was almost the shining star here. Like, Mr. Halloween was able to show off like a couple different um, flows and cadences, and all within the same song. You know what I mean? So I feel like this is like pretty insane. You know, I assume this is off of um a full length project. Um, oh wow, instrumentals. Wow, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got slowed versions. Sped up. Interesting. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, see, I kind of had a feeling, um, obviously because of the cover, but um, definitely one of those tracks that like would um definitely keep someone interested in an album for sure. Definitely keep someone hooked with this. Um, so yeah, outside of versatility, I would say flows and cadence are really interesting because Halloween was able to switch so effortlessly, but also make them all work. You know what I mean? So structure, versatility, and shit. Even writing was definitely like on point for what this theme was. You know what I mean? So vocals were excellent. Um, Took a combination of a couple different styles and made it work. So well done, well done. Um, let's talk theme. So this cover is pretty insane. Kind of like one of those movie like covers, but it's really not though because it has this like underground flavor to it, especially with the font and Mr. Halloween kind of cropped in the background here. Like it really gives that like Halloween, DVD cover vibe for sure. So again, I feel like this is on point for an album 100%. I like this art a lot. Definitely. Um let's talk overall theme though. Deep Breath is definitely more of a horror anthem than it is like like an overall, one theme throughout the whole song, right? Because Mr. Halloween kind of, discusses quite the amount of different topics and has a lot of punchlines and lyrics throughout this song that talk about a wide range of things, right? So it's really flexing lyrical skill, but at the same time like being an anthem for this like alternative horror rap funk almost kind of vibe. And I feel like Mr. Halloween nailed it when it comes to making an anthem, right? Like this is one of those songs that like your supporters are gonna fucking go hard for when you play a show. This is gonna be the song that kind of um really like you could expand upon, right? Like this to me could be a standout single on the project, but I mean we'd have to listen to the whole project, but um definitely seems like that vibe for me, for sure. So I like the anthem kind of approach here. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily like one theme fits all here, So well done, my friend. And with that said, huge shout out to Mr. Halloween. Make sure you follow Mr. Halloween on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Mr. Halloween on Twitter. Literally 10 away from 1.60. So go show Mr. Halloween some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Exclusive segments full podcast episodes, all that good stuff is available on the channel. And if you've already been showing love to the channel, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Dropping likes, dropping comments. I see you, and we thank you, truly. So, let's get into this. Up next, we have the homie Heavy Metaphors. Now, it's been a while since Heavy has been featured on the show, so let's see what Heavy Metaphors has in store for us this week. Now, Heavy's definitely more of an alternative, experimental producer, but definitely been doing a lot of things, right? Whether it be with Heavy Metaphors or Human Resources or, a couple of side projects. Heavy has their hands in a few things. But, with that said, let's see what Heavy Metaphors has for us this week. Let's see what we got here. Originally produced by JPEG Mafia, featuring Danny Brown and JPEG Mafia. Listen to Scaring the Hose Volume 1. Interesting. Okay. Let's get into this. Heavy Metaphors, Scaring the Hose Volume 1 Remix Prod, Heavy Metaphors. Let's go.
Okay, my bitch, she bad. She got me out my zone, I make her shake that ass. This house is not home, I double fist the cat. Don't be no penny, long they be like, bitch, who that? I got top on the phone, 4-5 in a flow seat. And if you know me, you know you'll know me. I'm waiting for my eyes to come, they better show me. And I talk how I talk, bitch, bro. Okay, my bitch, she bad. Money made in a Harley, and we don't get with all these cases you copy. That bitch let anybody get she like the army. Off top on your bitch like Darby. I fuck your bitch, you fuck my bitch, that's an assist. 4, 5, and 6, I take my shots and I'm a kiss. And the chopping of his Mac gates. Think you play for
Interesting. Heavy definitely has been on their shit when it comes to the remixes. Like it's very interesting because they're always very experimental, right? Always combining a couple different styles. So let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about two things. We're gonna talk about the instrumental because obviously no vocals. This is a remix. And we're talking about the overall theme. So, Man, so this is quite the instrumental. As somebody who hasn't heard the original nor listened to Danny Brown in a bit, um, we're just gonna assume um that Heavy went the experimental route because this definitely has experimental written all over it. That's a fact. But let's talk about the mix here. So the mix was really interesting. Um, as far as the instrumental goes, the mix was great. Nothing clashed into overbearing. I thought that even though that there was a pretty decent amount of sounds here, I feel like everything worked really well, and nothing really got drowned out. Everything really kind of worked in unison. So I feel like sound selection was on point here when it comes to really making these um sort of fast pace, instrumentals that have like a lot going on and shit like that. So definitely solid sound selection and definitely solid mix, 100%. Um, Structure was solid too. It definitely like keeps up the pace throughout the whole track. Like there aren't like any dry spots like whatsoever. Like it definitely like keeps you like go go go. You know what I mean? So definitely like um a different kind of feeling for sure, for sure. Um, so when it comes to vocals though, like actually using like the remix vocals, like the mix on those is kind of like you kind of gotta like work with what you get. You know what I mean? Because you know some of these won't even upload if like you can't get through the copyright. And obviously they're just like non for profit remixes, but um, copyright will still pick them up. So obviously the vocal mix can't be like super regular, so that's why it's kind of like drowned out a bit, and it kind of makes sense, you know what I mean? But it kind of worked out as well. So that's again why the mix was like pretty decent for like what it is, because there is a lot going on here, and I feel like Heavy made the most of it and did a really good job when it comes to the mix. I would even go as far as saying the mix is like the shining star here, you know what I mean? Because it's like there's so much going on, and the mix actually makes it like enjoyable and like palatable for any new listener or regular listener when it comes to heavy metaphors. So the instrumental was solid. The overall theme, aesthetic wise, again, like Heavy coming in with like the rotating like GIF visuals. Like, come on, like it's really about the extra effort, and I feel like Heavy definitely just does that little bit of extra effort. You know what I mean? And I always take note of it. So the aesthetics are always on point, and I love the fact that it's always accompanied by at least something. You know what I mean? There's always something there to kind of like even out the fucking um like you know everything else realistically. So there's something, so I like that a lot. Aesthetics on point though, for sure. Overall theme, obviously, Danny Brown's theme, but as far as heavy metaphors goes, I definitely feel like this was a solid um a remix to put out. You know what I mean? Very cool, very like one of those things like you just do for the library, and if people enjoy it, they enjoy it. You know what I mean? So really well done, and I really like the direction. So with that said, a huge shout out to Heavy Metaphors. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much love. Make sure you sub to Heavy Metaphors on YouTube. Literally 8 subs away from 120. A great milestone for Heavy Metaphors. And of course, make sure you follow Heavy Metaphors on Twitter, approaching 1.1k on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 sub-roonies on the main channel. So make sure you go sub to the main channel and go show these artists some love. And if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, man. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, exclusive tracks. A whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel every Thursday and Saturday. Sam 2008, number 1 fan, Santa DJ. What's good? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. So yeah, let's continue on, my friends. Up next, we have the homie, Lil Caesar. Lil Caesar has been killing it lately. Between last week's submissions and man, Lil Caesar is definitely a producer to keep your eye on when it comes to alternative funk and new funk and really just different styles of underground hip hop. To be honest with you, very, very, very talented producer. But This week they submitted Lullaby with none other than Matt motherfucking Rocks. And I think we've heard of this. I think, when was this dropped? 3 days ago? I think we did. I think we did hear this. If we did, it's been like forever. Like it's genuinely been like forever. I think I'll know once we start playing it, but regardless, let's check it out and see what we got here. Little Caesar with Matt Rocks, Lullaby. Let's go.
Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. I just need my lullaby. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Inside my mind. No, don't let the man play pretend. No, don't let the man. I'm sick and need to strap medicine. Yeah, but it's okay though. Rats come jumping on my plate on. She do what it says to my dress when I get caught. Feel my Ruby, bitch don't act like you forgot. Lifestyle, we up but low. I'm bringing power to some people. I'm spitting truth like preach shit. You can't learn from teach shit. I should've been a leaf. Smoking a beat like she was reefer. She could kill. Tell you mix it with a reefer. She could spill. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Yeah, I just need my lullaby. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Inside my mind. No, don't let the man play pretend. No, don't let the man. I'm sick and need to strike medicine. Just like I'm being killed, it's all spiritual. I cannot feel fake feeling. I've been through it all. Pink and purple withdrawal with no ceiling. Yeah, I've been doing deals in the hills, cracking seals, big building. I need a billion. I've been through too much to let it turn into a dog. You don't feel me. Oh. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Yeah, I just need my lullaby. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Inside my mind. No, don't let the man play pretend. No, don't let the man. I'm sick and need double strap medicine. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Yeah, I just need my lullaby. Yeah, life is unsettling, but I'm fine. Inside my mind. No, don't let the man play pretend. No, don't let the man. I'm sick and need double strap medicine.
Very, very fucking stellar. I think we've heard an unreleased version of that because I recognize the cover. Unless Matt submitted something that used this same cover, or I'm just fucking tripping. But either way, this is a collab for the century because these two, you know, at face value, you wouldn't think could make a song as well as this, but Lil Caesar kind of provided like the perfect instrumental. You know what I mean? Like for the perfect fucking instrumental. So let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Lullaby. So let's talk instrumental because it kind of has this like dark trap vibe. Like it's not very much funk like we'd usually get from Lil Caesar, and it's definitely more on the dark trap end, dark lo-fi for sure. So I kind of like the not like style switch, but the style kind of flex, and you know allowing Matt to kind of you know do his thing. So I like that a lot. The mix is great too. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocals sit very, very nicely. I mean, like, again, much like we always say with Matt, it's like, you know, not one track that we've heard from Matt is like under mixed or anything like that. We can always expect a solid mix from Matt Rocks for sure, unless it's some like unreleased like rough shit. But other than that, like, can always expect a solid mix. Usually always has one for sure. But when it comes to the instrumental, that's very, very solid. Very, very solid. Like I said, everything cuts through nicely and the vocals sit really well. I'm gonna say melody is probably the shining star here. Um, Definitely, just because it really sets that darker tone that almost complements the cover as well. Like it kind of all like connects each other through the melody. You know what I mean? Like even Matt's vocals. So melody's definitely a shining star here. Let's talk vocals though, because Matt's flow here, man. The flow is everything. Like I said, mix is solid. Like especially when it comes to Matt's vocals, you can always expect a really well-rounded mix from Matt Rocks, 100%, and that's what we got here as well. Um, and again, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Vocals sit nice. Everything cuts through nicely. It's great. But Shining Star might just be flow and cadence, cause it's almost giving that um slight it's something to do with like the cadence. It has this like confidence to it, but Matt's also talking about a lot of like tragic things and like a lot of personal things. So it like counterbalances itself, right? Because it's this like constant like, it has an interesting mix, and an interesting like, you know um cadence when it comes to really like listening. You know what I mean? So it's like, huh. So um flow and cadence is not like outside of what Matt usually does, but I feel like it gave a very like advanced like almost like insight on like how Matt can really do like so many different fucking styles when it comes to pop, alternative rock, trap, like even like darker, slower vibe trap like this. Like some people would even call this dark lo-fi. You know what I mean? Like some people would truly like even go as far as calling it that. But yeah, flow and cadence was everything here. And then the writing's always really, really solid though. Like Matt does a really good job with writing, but the flow and cadence always backs it up real, real nicely. But this track really shows it. So instrumental solid, vocal solid. Let's talk theme here. Now, this is where I kind of I didn't know if we've reacted to this or not. But I mean, I also listen to like 300 plus songs a week, so forgive me if my memory is a little skewed. But yeah, when it comes to the theme and this cover here, um man, it's like it encapsulates that dark trap vibe like no other. It totally like complements the melody and the overall kind of like message that's going on here, especially when you consider the lyrics. I feel like this is like, essentially like what Matt is describing. You know what I mean? Like the feeling of this, so the cover's on point 100%. 100%. Um, Overall theme, Lullaby, I feel like it's a great kind of like simple title for a very complex theme, right? Because there are a lot of subjects here Matt discusses that are like um personal yet like intimate and very much like if you relate to it, you relate to it, but if you don't, you're like, damn. You know what I mean? So like if you've never been through it, you're like hearing Matt out, you're like, okay. And Lullaby just kind of um it's one of those titles that only reveals itself after you've listened to the song. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. I do. Because you start putting it all together and you're like, ah, okay, okay. So, damn. Well done. This is a really great collab. You know what I mean? These two definitely need to do more work though. Like I would love to hear more from these two. Like without a doubt. So with that said, huge shout out to Lil Caesar and Matt Rocks. Thank you so much for your submissions. Make sure you follow Lil Caesar on SoundCloud. They are literally 20 away from 330 actually. And make sure you follow Grapes Remixed on Twitter. Literally 10 away from 500. 10 away from 500. What the fuck? That is a great milestone. Come on. 10 away from 500? Shit. Damn. Yeah. And per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, visuals, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. So make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love. And if you've already shown love to the channel, you drop a like, you drop a comment. I see you. I love you and I appreciate you. And we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Devil Killer, what's good? Welcome on in, my friend. How are you? Happy Monday. Hope you're well. Up next, we would have somebody by the name of Merch God, but unfortunately they submitted an Apple Music link, and that's the only platform that's essentially locked behind like a paywall. You know, you can listen to YouTube, Spotify, etc., but Apple's the only one that's literally locked behind a paywall. So unless you're a subscriber to Apple Music, definitely can't give this a listen. So, with that said, Merch God, feel free to resubmit next week with a SoundCloud, YouTube, Spotify, literally anywhere that's not locked behind a paywall, and we'll be happy to react and review your track. Okay, so hopefully Merch God will resubmit, because that always stinks. But with that said, let's continue on. Up next, we get the homie Absolno. They submitted a track titled Guts, and much like you know, other producers I've spoken about, Absolno has a really unique style when it comes to taking genres that we all know and love and kind of like mixing them together, right? And getting the Absolno sauce, if you will, you know what I mean? Kind of really giving their own takes on certain styles. So Absolno has a really good knack at that for sure. But like I said, they submitted a track titled Guts. So let's check this out. Pop it open in a new Tabaroonie. 12 days ago, so brand new. Brandy new. Oh shit, it's tagged Drill. You guys know I'm about to go fucking crazy. Okay. I mean, great Guts fucking choice for art, to be honest with you. Happy birthday, Guts. Thank you, Mira. Yeah, for all my Berserk fans out there, man, let's fucking go. I have my tattoo right here, but I'll show it to you guys one day, or you can just catch me on my stream on the side with with no shirt on. But Absolno, Guts, let's get into it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that he let it breathe. For those of you that have been in the stream, you already know what I said about it. So letting it breathe right here is beautiful. Because when this John comes back in, man, what a build-up. Oh, the way it cuts out is nuts. Oh, that's good. What the fuck was that? Dude, that outro was nice. Oh, okay. All right. You guys know what the fuck time it is, man. I cannot wait to talk about this. So let's talk about it. Talk about two things. No vocals. Instrumental theme. Instrumental. Let's start off with the mix. Mix is fucking excellent. I feel like, you know, any kind of drill style instrumental really needs to fucking knock. Like, I don't think I know of one drill song where it doesn't knock, right? So, this totally hits that box for me. I feel like the mix is great. Nothing's clashing with each other. Nothing's too overbearing, kind of pushing one or another sound out of the way. Everything's really well rounded with this. So the mix is a fucking one. Let's talk about my shining star and what I really think stood out the most. Structure is like really good. Like really like how you'd want any drill instrumental. You know what I mean? Structure is excellent, and it's just such a pleasure to listen to this kind of structure. So, structure is a close second, but my shining star and the thing that, you know, I think stands out the most is sound selection, and more specifically the 808. I think is really well done. I think Epsono killed this MIDI. I think this is just the perfect 808. It's taking over the song, but not leading the song, right? Because you have the choir and you have the melody, and you're like, okay, like, but that 808 is such a fucking general in this song, and it is just the leading score here for sure. So the 808 is fucking amazing. Like, it's really well done. The slides, where the slides end, how everything doubles up, the kick, it's all placed really well around the 808. You know what I mean? Because the 808 is an important part of drill. You know what I mean? But the 808 is also, you know, sometimes considered an actual instrument, right? Like, it's like not a lot of people consider it a drum unless you're using like certain sounds, but you know, it's got to be mixed and placed a certain way, as if you'd be placing a bass, or, you know, any kind of melody, really. So the 808's really well done for sure. Totally my shining star, and stood out to me. Let's talk theme. So this is definitely a Miura kind of Guts tribute. So obviously, naturally, we picked the most slightly disturbing picture of Guts you could find on the internet. So, I mean, that speaks for itself. Good choice. But the overall theme, I mean, I love little tribute tracks like this because it's so like it shows off your production skills, and like putting out singles like this is not only good for your mental and gets your name more out there, but it's one of those instrumentals that really like you can show people like, oh, you make music, da 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 da. Yeah, here, this is it, and they'd be like, totally a cover song, you know what I mean? Like the cover of your resume, if you will, you know what I mean? Definitely one of those, and a great length too. Like 308 is like not that's like perfect. So, shit, instrumental theme, excellent, really well done. With that said, huge shout out to Absono. Thank you so much for your submission, my friend. Much, much, much love. Make sure you follow Absono on SoundCloud, literally 10 away from 40. And of course, make sure you follow Absono on Twitter, 4 away from 340. So go show Absono some love on the socials, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 150 subaroonies on the main channel. So if you haven't subbed to the main channel, man, I don't know what you're doing. But if you have, thank you. We appreciate you, and I see you. We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. New podcast uploads, full podcast episodes, exclusive podcast segments, tips and tricks. A whole lot of good stuff is available on our channel. So go show that some love. Let's fucking get it, baby. Up next would be Bloodcat, but shout out Bloodcat for being a Music Mondays Patreon. We already reacted to Bloodcat. Shout out to Bloodcat. So up next, we got the homie Thomas Marcus, a very, very, very talented producer that we have not heard from in quite a while. It's been quite a minute since we've heard from good old Thomas Marcus. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder what Thomas has been up to. But much like Absono and Kale and the countless other producers that I speak about here that really put on for themselves and treat themselves like artists and really just care about their art and want to make good art, Thomas Marcus is definitely in that group. So with that said, Thomas Marcus submitted Moonlight Camp. Let's take a gander, chat. Let's take a gander and see what we got. It's been a while, like I said, so Thomas has probably been up to probably been up to a lot, honestly. 2023, so brand new. Cover goes hard for sure. Interesting. Okay, Thomas Marcus, Moonlight Camp. Let's get into it. Aw, shit. Good counter melody. This is quite like the advanced instrumental, right? And I definitely feel like it's like one of those great solo instrumentals you were able to go crazy on because like like of course an artist like can get on it, but when it comes to mind, like it's just really solid as a solo instrumental. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things that like complement each other in this. So let's talk about it. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about the overall theme, and that's it because no vocals. So, instrumental wise, Mix was really good. Mix was really, really good, especially when you consider everything that's going on in this track. From point A to point B, the mix was really solid. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything kind of cuts through nicely. Nothing's really getting pushed aside. Yeah, solid mix from Thomas for sure. Man, so Shining Star and thing that stood out to me here. Drums were great. I feel like the drums were like pop like and nice and bouncy and almost dance like. I definitely like Thomas doing drums like this. Because we haven't heard many tracks from Thomas that kind of are in this fashion. So I'm definitely a big fan of Thomas and more bouncier, fast paced drums. But I mean, you know, it's whatever you really feel like doing at the time, you know what I mean? But this is the first time that we've actually been able to react to it here on the show, so I definitely like the style, 100%. Shining Star though might be the counter melody. Like the counter melody goes really well. Because we have the standard like Thomas Marcus guitar, but the counter melody comes in, it's like, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. So counter melody was a great addition. Definitely something that stood out to me instantly. 100% the Shining Star, for sure. For sure. Structure was solid as well. So instrumental solid. Let's talk theme. So definitely another solid animated cover from Thomas Marcus. I don't know if those are like AI generated or those are like actual commissions or things like that. But either way, like they're always like really really hard. But this one definitely brings that like night vibe that this song brings. So I definitely feel like this is like a solid choice. So aesthetics are on point. Let's talk theme. So Moonlight Camp. So the cover definitely complements that. Totally starry, nighttime, full moon, kind of like comfortable vibe. But Moonlight Camp, when it comes to the melody and counter melody, totally makes sense just because of like the serenity and like the kind of chill feeling you kind of have when listening to this. Um, you're very much blissful when listening to this. It's very much a chill kind of track, but it's still a little fast paced. And I think Moonlight Camp as a theme with the cover and the song in consideration totally worked out well. Totally. 100%. With that said, huge shout out to Thomas Marcus. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Thomas on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Thomas Marcus on Twitter. Thomas is literally one follower away from 40, so go show Thomas some love on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So, if you have not subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, I'm not sure what you're doing. But we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. And shout out to anybody that already has showed love to the channel, man. I see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. Thank you. So, let's continue on, my friends. Up next, we got the homie North. It's been a while since we heard from North. It's been maybe like a little while, maybe like last week, I guess, or maybe like the week before. Maybe I'm tripping. But North is a really, really, really talented alternative artist. The visuals, the audio, like everything has been really, really out of this world. So I'm definitely excited to see what we have here from North. They submitted a track titled Cycles. Now, do we have a visual here? Is this what we're looking at? Let's see. One month ago, so brand new. Edited by Rico North, featuring Broken Skull. So fire, unique. Lots of love, lots of love, lots of love. We like that. Okay. Let's go 1080. Full volume. Let's get into it. North Cycles featuring Broken Skull.
Shit is serious, I'm about to get delirious. Put down your thoughts and lay with this. Around your shoulder, there it is. All the truth that I miss. Wish I could go back and fix. Okay, wish he didn't exist. It's not through the thinking. Little, little kid, why am I doing this bitch? This for my clique, this for my misses. This for my businesses. I'm a kid, I could miss it. Every time you diss this, picking up on this quick. I can lose it if I never quit. If I ever did, I'd be losing it. It's constant battle with my mind, I'm overruling it. I'm repeating the same cycle, going psycho, fuck. Working for the man, I just might delete my stats and leave the cycle. You know I'd take this over me, though. Pay close attention to the zeros, ego. You know they say that shit by me, though. Not to mention, where did he go? Busy lining up a free throw. Started with us and that passion and trust. Your fast fashion sucks. I'll bring it back and rebuttal of fast action. Cause fast acting sucks. Just fucking packing past masking what's up. Started with us and that passion and trust. Your fast fashion sucks. I'll bring it back and rebuttal of fast action. Cause fast acting sucks. Just fucking packing past masking what's up.
Funny how you were my brother, but now you're moving like my rival. We were deep inside the dungeon, we were fighting for survival. How did I not see the fuckery? I guess I was in denial. Fake friends showing love to me on the daily, getting wild. Switch up, you were down on the ground, no one around. I gave you a lift up. I was down in the dumps, gave you a call, but you never picked up. Only ringing my phone, cause I know the plug and you need to pick up. Don't be belling my phone, cause you need a loan. Put up a big bucks. Madness, all of you rappers are method actors. Crossing you out like you never existed. I'm leaving you niggas redacted. Play on my name, ain't that shame. I'm coming for payback, no taxes. Lit to the neck, I'm applying the pressure for days. No way I'm relaxing.
Uncle, little kid, why am I doing this bitch? This for my clique, this for my misses. This for my businesses. I'm a kid, I can miss it. Every time you diss it, picking up on this quick. I can fucking lose it if I never quit. If I ever did, I'd be losing it. It's constant battle with my mind, I'm overruling it.
That was fucking nuts. Holy shit. This edit is really nuts. Like, it's really, really fucking good. Holy shit. Damn, man. Oh, shit. That was really, really nutty because of a few reasons, if I'm being honest with you. The edit was like literally a 10 out of 10. The beat was like so, like, I assume self-prod because is a beat store in the fucking description. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, that instrumental was really, really nuts. Like that was, I was so like um immersed listening to the instrumental and the lyrics, I was like, wait a second, what the fuck? Like it was like the definition of dark trap. You know what I mean? Like the pure definition of dark trap, 100%, or even alternative trap. You know what I mean? It's got a different flavor to it. Um, but with that said, let's break this down. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Cycles and the visual. Um, but let's talk instrumental because wow, mix is great, nothing clashing, too overbearing. It really knocked, to be honest with you. This is like one of the more cleaner mixes I've heard in a minute, especially with everything that's going on here. Even vocals aside, like the instrumental has a lot of things that are like so well balanced and like still knock really, really hard. So I think that's like really fucking tippable. 100% got to talk about that. But when it comes to um Shining Star in the instrumental, drum selection and more specifically the 808 is perfect. The melody definitely laid the foundation for like a little bit of the dark style and like a little bit of the like it's not even like yeah, it's just more of a darker style and it's more of like a confident style for sure. For sure. Um but yeah, the mel totally like was going in that direction. Um But when it comes to Shining Star, like I said, it's got to be the drums, man. The drums are really fucking solid. Everything cuts through nicely, but again, like it's really about like structure combined with sound selection, like really made this everything. And then like the 808 drum patterns were like I was like, "Dude, uh, no, man. Um, Everything about this instrumental was really solid. This quite literally um could have been a solo instrumental. You know what I mean? Like could have totally been a solo instrumental and it would have knocked like just as hard. But the instrumental was really solid for me. Drums, the Shining Star, specifically the 808 for sure. Um, but the Mel was a close second, like I said. Mel was a close second. Let's talk vocals though, because we're gonna talk about North and Broken Skull. Um, North North has a mix that again, much like the instrumental, is so fucking clean, especially for like how it sits on the instrumental and how everything cuts through this shit. Like wow. So the mix is really well rounded, really well rounded. Um, so let's talk North's verse. Um, Really like sets the tone and like I would even go to say like the writing was the shining star because like this is one of those tracks that like you listen super hard to like break down the bars and so many bars like are so simple but so many bars you need a complete second listen because there's so much to appreciate here, so much to appreciate here. This is totally a track you gotta like come back for more if you enjoy it because you're like damn I could play this for like 4 hours straight, you know what I mean? So that's the thing is like the writing on here was really really solid, but again like the delivery too was just as dark and just as like confident as the instrumental was. But I feel like North really like stepped up to the plate here and gave Broken Skull like a really good um foundation for everything, you know what I mean? Like really gave Broken Skull like the blueprint to really kill this shit. So when we get to Broken Skull it's like okay, we have a complete and utter like I wouldn't say like style change, but more of like a vocal change. Again, another really solid, well-rounded mix. Um, but when it comes to being a feature, I feel like Broken Skull was a really good addition because it was a slight switch up from style, but totally kept up the pace with North and really sounded good on an instrumental like this. You know, because sometimes people, not everybody sounds great on dark trap style instrumentals because this is definitely more on the darker side, and I totally feel like these two sound really really solid when it comes to this style. This style is like everything. So, um, because like if you're gonna do it, like you actually have to do it well. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it just kind of meh. You know what I mean? That's why I say like if you just got to go all out. And I feel like again, North kind of set that standard here in this track, and Broken Skull followed it up nicely. Like absolutely followed it up nicely. Um, Totally went like the like more aggressive route, but it was still like just as confident. You know what I mean? It was like a slight like different style of um what North was doing, but it really added value, right? Because if you're gonna have any feature on the track, just you just want them to add value and kind of do their own version of what you're doing on the track, right? And I think Broken Skull like nailed that. I feel like this is a great collab. I really feel like this is a very like peanut butter and jelly kind of duo as to where like they work really well together. You know what I mean? They work really, really well. So instrumental solid, vocals are really, really solid. I like the vocal structure as well as to where they're just like kind of like back and forth here, and I feel like this is really like one of the standout kind of things about this track is like these two like sound so in unison for sure. But let's talk themes. So obviously no cover art because music video. So before we talk about like the overall theme, let's talk about the visual. Um, so we've reacted to a couple North visuals. I think one at the least one. So we know North is like a really fucking insane editor, but when you consider this was like almost like a collab edit, right? Um, it's really why this came out like so fucking solid, like really really fucking solid. Um, you know, it's one of those things as to where um like this could have been just as well of a solo edit and it probably could have came out just as hard, but it's about like the little things and the editing when it comes to transitions and like how everything is like really like placed in here really keeps up like the dark vibe for it. But even deeper than that, the locations are all dark vibes, you know what I mean? Like I feel like the locations were on fucking point, like that rooftop clip, the woods, like like shit. There's actually like so many locations in here. It's crazy. This was probably filmed over the course of a couple days. You know what I mean? It's definitely not one of those like one and done in a day music videos. This is like if this was filmed in a day, I'd be impressed because they're like, unless like all these locations are like right next to each other. You know what I mean? Because if that was the case, that'd be sick. But or they just kept the same fits. That would kind of be sick too if like you like filmed over the course of a couple days but just like kept using the same fit. I don't know, like so many questions. Oh no, there's a couple different fits here. No. Yeah, so okay, yeah. Cuz like the transitions are so fucking crazy that it's like you're like trying to make it all out and it's like wow, like a lot went into this. You know what I mean? Like that's a conclusion I come to there is like a real like hefty amount of time editing went into this for sure. Um, so editing is like a fucking 10 out of 10. I like the kind of idea of a collab edit as well. I think that's cool. The filming was great. The locations were great. Definitely kept up with the audio and like what the audio made you feel. Um, but another thing is too is like neither of these two are shot on camera. Like they're very much both comfortable on camera, and that's amazing. You know what I mean? Especially with our first experience with Broken Skull, right? Like that's the first thing I look for when I watch a person's new visual or music video is just like, are you, stiff on camera? Are you uncomfortable? Do you look like you don't want to be there? Do you look like you're just awkward? And I see none of that here. I see two artists that are very comfortable to be doing this visual. And that's like such a good sign because that means they can do more. That means North can, you know what I mean? I'm sure North has been doing plenty more, but what I'm saying is like in a first time listener's shoes, right? Because we've listened to North multiple times here on the show. But if I was a person listening to North for the first time, um, these two look very confident on camera. Very, very confident on camera. And that's like I feel like supporters notice that first. You know what I mean? Like I really do feel like they just notice that shit first. So this is like one thing I always take into consideration. And both North and A Broken Skull really made this like an insane watch. From the editing to like the locations and like, man, like if you come across this on like your recommended, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? For sure. Like, especially if you're an underground enthusiast, right? Or you're just a listener or whatever. I don't really care what you do, but if this came on your recommended and you like this style of music, you'd be like, fuck. You know what I mean? You'd be like, shit. Like, and then like the outro clips were super fucking lit too. The outro clips were actually so good. Man, oh man, oh man. Well fucking done on the visual. Well done. That was definitely a pleasure. Overall theme, again, kind of like I was saying with the writing, Cycles is one of those. You have to go back and really dissect these lyrics, because there were some that were like inherently obvious, super simple punchlines, and then there were some that were like, okay, like a lot of things you just won't pick up on unless you go through for like a multiple listens. And that's just another reason why this brings like replayability, because like the lyrical paralysis mixed with like a visual that's super attractive like this is like, that's like the whole package, you know what I mean? Like all DIY, like, bro, what the fuck? So 10 out of 10 theme here too. Like, yeah, this was really well done, man. With that said, a huge shout out to North. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, much, much love. Make sure you go show love to North on YouTube. Approaching 7K, man. Go get North up there to 7K, man. Oh, fuck. And of course, every artist featured, including North, which you should go follow on Twitter as well, approaching 3K there. Every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. So make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 150 sub-roonies on the main channel. So make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you have not, we upload every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So if you haven't, go show the channel some love. Do that. Let's fucking get it, baby. We have about 4 submissions left, chat. So we are going to finish these up, and then we'll do our outro. So, Bananas, what's good? I hope you're well. Chat, how we doing? All my late night crew, I hope you're well. What's going down? I hope we're chilling. Happy Monday. Up next, we have the homie Mac 2 times. Now, I was thoroughly impressed like a couple weeks ago with Mac's submission. I was thoroughly impressed. Mac has really been honing in on like different styles and really perfecting the styles that Mac is kind of already used to. So I'm definitely excited for this week's submission. Let's see what we got here. Mac 2 times, trying to be happy, Prod John H Beats. Trying to be, I love this cover. Holy shit, I love this cover. Wow. Yeah, what the fuck? I love this cover. Simple, minimalistic, but it really gets the job done. Brings that kind of like serene kind of feel. Mac 2 times, trying to be happy, Prod John H Beats. On release exclusive. Mac 2 times. Let's get into it.
I'm looking for help. Lately I've been screaming so loud, but still it ain't nobody here. Deep down it's feeling like nobody care, even if they limit their ear. How the fuck I got somebody that said that they here for me, but they ain't near. Feeling 2021, but it ain't shit to be glad about. Can't find no reason to cheer. Feel like I'm letting myself down. Ain't achieved nothing in over a year. Working to get to the back now, cause I know that shit ain't gon' just appear. Been feeling like I am left out. One moment they there and the next disappear. Trying to be happy, don't know how. Looking like purple rain where I've been crying tears. I just been looking at stars, hoping one day I could be one. I'm trying to make it to Mars. That's what I want my career on. I've been so pessimistic. Trying to find so many ways to be fun. Ain't nothing I could be happy about. Realistically wanna be gone. I ain't doing all of this shit just for me. Trying to put the whole team on. Same in the door it was saying keep swimming. I keep telling myself to dream on. Most of the time I push through the pain. Sometimes need a shoulder to lean on, or a shoulder to cry on. But I can't if I feel like I'm on my own. Same in the door it was saying keep swimming. I keep telling myself to dream on. Most of the time I push through the pain. Sometimes need a shoulder to lean on, or a shoulder to cry on. But I can't if I feel like I'm on my own. But I can't if I feel like I'm on my own. Just trying to find my purpose. just trying to find my purpose. But why am I feeling so worthless? Why am I feeling so worthless? Here in the ocean right now, listening to the waves. Wishing I could just float away. Wishing I could just float away. No matter how much I want to, I can't. I'm looking for help. Lately I've been screaming so loud, but still it ain't nobody here. Nobody down, it's feeling like nobody care, even if they limit their ear. How the fuck I got so many that said that they here for me, but they ain't near. Finna turn 21, but it ain't shit to be glad about. Can't find no reason to cheer. Feel like I'm letting myself down. Ain't achieved nothing in over a year. Working to get to the bag now, cause I know that shit ain't gon' just appear. Been feeling like I am left out. One moment they there, and the next disappear. Trying to be happy, don't know how. Looking like purple rain where I've been crying tears. Looking for help lately, I've been screaming so loud, but still it ain't nobody here. Nobody down, it's feeling like nobody care, even if they limit their ear. How the fuck I got so many that say that they here for me, but they ain't near. Finna turn 21, but it ain't shit to be glad about. Can't find no reason to cheer. Feel like I'm letting myself down. Ain't achieved nothing in over a year. Working to get to the bag now, cause I know that shit ain't gon' just appear. Been feeling like I am left out. One moment they there, the next disappear. Trying to be happy, don't know how. Looking like purple rain where I've been crying tears.
This was nuts. This was real nuts. For a couple reasons. So, man, this was really something. So, Mac came through, man. This one was more real than usual. Lyrically. So, let's break it down. We're gonna talk about three things. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Trying to Be Happy. So, instrumental wise, this is a different style of the usual emotional kind of trap ballads that Mac picks. This is definitely more on like the alternative hip hop, alternative rock side, but still definitely like hits the mark where Mac usually wants to land. You know what I mean? When it comes to choosing instrumentals and picking instrumentals and things like that. But I definitely think Mac hit the mark here. With this instrumental choice. John killed it though. Mix is great. Nothing clashes, overbearing. Vocals sit really nicely. Melody's everything here. So melody's easily the shining star. I really like the melody. Definitely took a front when it comes to leading this instrumental. Melody was everything for sure. But instrumental solid. Melody's great. Let's talk vocals. Like I said, the mix was great. Nothing clashing, overbearing. Everything cuts through nicely in this mix, though. Like I said, like the vocal mix, like in particular, like really well done. Like really well done. Like from the ad libs to just everything. Like the vocal mix was on point, 100%. But when it comes to a shining star and something that stuck out to me, it was definitely writing. It was definitely a more like Mac usually always tells a story, but this one was more like a self-told story. It was like almost like Mac kind of really like expressing what they're feeling on like a certain time whenever this was recorded. So the reason why this one is kind of more real than usual is because Mac is really reflecting on a lot of like things that a lot of people can relate to, but also like a lot of people kind of go through, and that's why I would say even writing is really like a shining star, you know, like writing and shit, like even the overall theme is, but writing for sure totally like hit the mark here. Flow and cadence were great, but yeah. So instrumental solid, melody was great, vocals are excellent, writing was there. Let's talk theme though, because theme's a big one. Cover's great, definitely one of my favorite Mac covers. I'm not gonna lie. Top 5 for sure. I would say top 5. Yeah, I would say top 5. Simple, minimalistic, but totally like gets the job done with like what the song kind of means. You know what I mean? And like really like what it is. So you always gotta like take that into consideration as well. let's talk overall theme though. Trying to be happy. So title's very simple, but the theme is not, because Mac is kind of talking about a large amount of things in a great amount of writing. You know what I mean? Like all this is so well written and well performed, but it's so clear and concise as well. You know what I mean? Like how Mac's feeling, how you know they're feeling about the future, the past, and like even themselves and things like that. And there are so many things here where it's like, man, not only can many people relate, but if you don't, you're like, holy shit. You know what I mean? And the fact that it was all condensed and really put into a track really nicely is super tippable. So I really like this theme a lot. There's even a bar in here where Mac was like, yeah, I haven't done shit for a year. But it's like, I mean, shit. Like, even if anything, you could say you progressed because we saw it. You know what I mean? Like we have live footage of it. You know what I mean? Go from the first Mac 2 times submission all the way to the current Mac 2 times submission. Don't tell me that's not progress. You know what I'm saying? So there's always the positives about that. But the theme was great. Really well done. Really fucking well done. Huge shout out to Mac 2 times. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much love. Make sure you follow Mac on SoundCloud. Literally 6 away from 30. And, of course, follow Mac on Twitter as well. 6 away from 120. Go show Mac 2 times some love, my friends. And, of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube Rehab Blip. If you haven't subscribed to the Music Mondays YouTube channel, what the fuck are you doing? We upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel. And for those of you that have, we appreciate you and we thank you here at Music Mondays. Let's get into it, chat. So up next, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious. Last week we got to sit down and react to some Offspring, and this week we will be doing the same. So let's see what Offspring has for us here. Again, Offspring being one of those very multi-talented artists that, have a real wide range of things that they not only incorporate into their art, but they're multi-talented at as well. You know what I mean? So if you take anything from Offspring, just know everything's all DIY, editing, producing, covers, writing. You know what I mean? Offspring does it all. So that's one thing you really take from this. But with that said, up next, we got the homie Offspring Mysterious. Music, art, chaos unleashed. Let's check this out. Boom. Boom. Let's 1080 this hoe. Offspring, what's good? I see you in chat. I hope you're well. Welcome. Happy Monday. Let's get into this. Okay. Excellent description. Always giving the good backstory. Okay. SoundCloud, yep. Got the usual. Love that. Okay. Let's go. 1080. Full volume. Offspring. Let's get it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Slumped. Slumped again. Good transition. Okay. No way. Okay. So we're gonna talk about two things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, and we're gonna talk about the uh visual as well. So, with that said, let's get into it. Um, instrumental. The instrumental. So the music art series is always based around an Offspring instrumental, along with a backstory and things like that. But this edition, Music Art Chaos Unleashed, is very interesting because this instrumental is very much super dance oriented, but brings a little bit of like an electronic pop vibe. And it's slightly like darker as well, especially when backed up by the visual. So it's like a bit more serious. And I think that's like really, really typical. The mix is great too. Nothing clashing too overbearing. Everything fits nicely. When it comes to the Shining Star, though, it's definitely the melody. The melody's totally rememberable. The drums keep the bounce, and the drum selection was solid, but the melody was everything in this. So that's definitely Shining Star. Really well done. Really well done. Let's talk visual and music art. So when it comes to this, one thing I 100% noticed when it comes to this music art is this is definitely like brand new. Oh no, wait, this came out in January. Holy shit. Yeah, so wait. If this isn't recent, then I already know Offspring has been leveling up editing like crazy then. Cuz what I was about to say was this was really well edited, and I like the idea of how this was filmed, right? So that means Offspring's content is really, evolving and progressing, and that's, the point of all this, right? But one thing I ultimately noticed though was the edits, like even with the transitions and the sound effects, like really well done because it's on point. It's like right there, you know what I mean? Like it's super, super fucking on point. So that's what I love about this. Um, yeah, like the fact that this came out in January is kind of crazy because like I can only imagine like what else is being cooked up. You know what I mean? Like so this was excellent. Um, Big shining star here though was the editing and the slight transitions and the idea of the piece itself. Of having like everybody passed out and it just became very clear what this was. You know what I mean? So the content, like idea itself, is perfect. 100% perfect. I got plenty. Okay, yeah. See, let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah. So this was really well done. Really, really fucking well done. Let's fucking go, Offspring. Thank you for your submission. Huge shout out to Offspring Mysterious. Make sure you go show some love to Offspring's channel. Offspring's literally 6 away from 110, so go show Offspring some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you go follow Offspring on Twitter. Literally 4 away from 830. Go show Offspring some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. We're approaching 150 on there. So make sure you go show us some love. And if you have not, please do so. And if you have, thank you. We see you and we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you for reacting to my commission. Let's fucking go, Offspring, anytime. And thank you for your submission, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For sure. Okay, let's get into it. So we have 2 left, chats. We have 2 left for the night. Up next, we got the homie, Lil Olipop. A very, very talented producer and artist, 100%. Olipop has been really going in with instrumentals, but I'm definitely excited to see what Ollie has here because Ollie has expanded a couple different styles, right? Ollie's definitely multi-talented when it comes to the styles that they can do, and the things that they've put out have a pretty wide range. You know what I mean? So, Olipop definitely has a lot of versatility. for sure. But let's get into it. Scat Pack, Prod, Lil Olipop. Let's open that up in a new tab. Let's pause it. That Arco is really, really hard. Shout out Mills for the cover. So hard. Obsidian, let's fucking go. Okay. Scat Pack, Lil Olipop. Let's go.
Lil Olipop, this shit goes hard.
Yeah, my pockets so fat they be overweight. They think I'm sweet, but I'm sour like some Minute Maid. And my flow go hard like a thicky tray. I ain't got no time to vacate, I ain't Chevy Chase. And I can't hesitate. I just put a 4 at the Trish, time to calibrate. Close to the moment, homie, I'm just trying to celebrate. I don't need a scale to know I ounce weigh 28. I just did disco flip with my new bitch. I just bought some 40 outer rims for my new whip. I can't quit saying shit, that's too ignorant. I just fucked her best friend, she was into it. I be in my ex bitch pussy like I'm missing it. And I can't lie. Only coming out at night like a vampire. Boy, why you playing dumb like a new hire? Next time I'm down in Dallas, I had deep Ellum. I remember riding around with like 3 felons. And my timing is perpetual, I'll Rolex him. Ric Flair go whoop, now I'm big flexing.
Holy shit.
Go burn out. Catch me in a scat pack doing burnouts.
No way.
I should've signed a birdhouse. Or a slide 50 out and then a 3 shove. I need 3 plugs. I be on my offense, you better D up. I just popped a Percocet, got my body moving. Made the beat, record myself, yeah, I'm the engineer. I can't really skate switch when I'm switching gears. And my spidey sense kick in when the money near. Bitch, get out of here. I don't need no drunk white bitch off the Everclear. I don't need no fake ass, rap ass cap homies. I remember when they was asleep and they hit snooze on me. If I get pulled over, go to jail for the blues on me. Big BB and you know I keep the truies on me.
Holy shit. Nah, what the fuck? Nah, man. That 138 and every second was filled with gas. With gas. Oh my god. Alright. So lots to talk about here. Lots to fucking talk about here. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about the instrumental, we'll talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Scat Pack. Man. So Prod Lil Olipop, and this is just fucking insane. Like insane. Mix is really solid though. Like really solid. For how hard this hits, this is a great fucking mix. Nothing clashing, too overbearing. Really solid fucking mix. Vocals sit nicely as well. Shining Star for the instrumental though. I really like the melody, but this 808 played such a big part in this. Really played a big part with the drums and yeah, the 808's got to be everything here. Like it's everything for me when it comes to the instrumental here. Yeah, the 808's totally Shining Star. I love the mel though. The mel's like it's like I don't know. It has a bit of like attitude to it. So the melody's like a big part as well, but the 808 was such a leading score when it comes to the instrumental. The instrumental very solid. Let's talk vocals. So the mix was fucking great. Again, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Everything cuts through real nicely too. This mix is really typical because again, there's not a lot going on, but everything hits real hard. When he plays vocals on top of certain shit, sometimes it can be a breeze, sometimes it's like, what the fuck's going on? And this one came out really solid. Really fucking solid. I love the way the vocals sound on this, for sure. And like the monotone kind of style with like the real tight, clear mix. A1. Shining Star for vocals though is writing. Like it's not even a question. Like it's just not even a fucking question. It's writing for sure. The amount of bars in here that were not only relatable but like laughable and like not like laughable in meme, but like it was like actual like punchlines and like comedy shit. I was like, holy fuck. Like there were so many punchlines coming at you in this that you're like, wait a minute, oh my god, he just keeps going. So writing was everything here. Well fucking written, really well written. Flow was really great too, though. Flow and cadence was a close second. I'm not gonna lie. I like the whole monotone kind of fast pace approach here a lot, for sure. Let's talk theme though. So this is a really insane piece, like a really really insane piece. Like this is one of those times where art is like not really in relation to the track, but it's so good that like it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, I always tell people that because like, you know, good art is great, but it's not going to make people stay and listen to a song, right? So that's why I say don't stress covers too much unless you have like a theme or rollout planned, because you know if a song's a banger, it's a banger no matter what the cover is. But if it has a good cover and it's a banger, it's always a plus. But if it has a bad cover and you know it's a banger, people are still gonna appreciate it. But if it's a good cover and it's ass, it's not gonna make people want to stay because it's a good cover. You know what I mean? So it's like that's like one of those times where like this is a banger and like the cover is just whatever I want it to be type shit. And plus it's really well done. It's a solid piece. So it's like fuck. Overall theme, Scat Pack, obvious theme there. It's in the hook. But it's also surrounded by like a lot of like IRL kind of experiences and like really Ollie kind of going in on like their own personality and like, you know, setting like a line in the sand almost, you know what I mean? Like do's and don'ts almost. So the overall theme for Scat Pack was like a little like, you know, more about lyrics than an overall theme, but there was definitely a theme here to be had about like real IRL shit and like Ollie kind of drawing the line in the sand, you know? And like declaring not war, but declaring like who they are and like how they feel type shit, you know? So I like that a lot. But with that said, huge shout out to Lil Olipop. Make sure you go follow Ollie on SoundCloud. Literally, one away from 510. So go show Ollie some love. And of course, make sure you follow Lil Olipop on Twitter as well. Very close to 1.3 and very, very close to 1.250. So go show Ollie some love on The Bird. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We are approaching 150, literally 3 away. So make sure you go sub to the channel if you have not. And we always try to sub back if we see it. Yeah, but shit, if you haven't, we upload 2 times a week, man. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff's available on the channel, man. So make sure you go show these artists in the channel some love. So, with that said, last submission of the night, AZ Bug. Now, last week's submission was fucking gas, so I have no doubt that this week's will be just as gas. Now, AZ kind of has this alternative pop, alternative cloud sort of style, a couple styles mixed together, but really solid alternative pop, like for sure. But the caption reads, "This is my first song from 10/22." Wait, so let me think. So this is like October, right? Of 4 months ago. Yeah, wow, okay. 4 months ago. Wow. Lyrics and description. Okay. Okay. See, the IRL covers always are a good choice. You're always safe with the IRL covers. You know what I'm saying? Shit. This is about to be crazy. Alright, let's get into it. AZ Bug, Flowers. First song ever.
I brought drugs to your parents' house. Yeah, church school always kicked me out. So who is gonna tell? Who's gonna say she's only trouble? Plays the game and bets on double. I can't even begin to know what's next or what I'm gonna do. But neither do you. You found a fall in the woods. You told me you wanted to.
No fucking way. I'm dead, bro.
Once I was Mrs. Right, but that's not me now. I can't help but hang on every word you say, but that can't be right. Now I know when it was time to run away. There was no hours, I'll go anywhere that flowers grow. Hardest, I don't know, leave me slow. Don't let go. Whenever you choose, let me know. In the meantime, I'll go
What an interesting instrumental as well. Like, especially, like, I just noticed, like, at the fade out, like, the instrumental is, like, such an interesting choice here. It's very solid, though. Very, very solid. Okay. So, let's break this down. I mean, before we break this down, though, first song, that's really like solid for like a very first track. Yeah. Yeah, that's really really fucking solid for like just a one and done, like, wow. Okay. So, like I said, let's break this down. We're talk about the instrumental, we're gonna talk about vocals, and we're gonna talk about the overall theme of Flowers. So, um, man, lots to discuss here. Lots to discuss here. So let's talk instrumental. Totally went to like the alternative pop, bedroom pop kind of route, and I think it was really well done. You know, and this producer's really talented when it comes to like sound selection, because like every sound on here is like it's just so in unison, like especially when it comes to the melody and the drums. Like the drums are working so well with each other, and everything's just kind of bouncy. Yeah, this producer did a solid job. Mix is great too, nothing clashing, overbearing, not at all. I would say Shining Stars and Melody set a really good foundation for AZ to like really kind of get the groove on, you know what I mean, and really get a little bouncy. So I feel like the Mel was a great fire starter here, and the drums kept up that bounce. So yeah, Mel was everything here for sure. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals. This song was funny, just because that line was comedy, but again, the songwriting is really solid. Like for a first song, this is like really like awesome. You know what I mean? Like somebody brought this to me. It was one of my artists, and they were like, "Yeah, fucking, you know, I'm trying to learn music, da 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 da, whatever." It's impressive. It's impressive. You know what I mean? Because obviously your songwriting only got better, so it's like the progress is there. You know, I want to say the songwriting is the shining star and stuck out to me the most, but I really like the hook in specifically, not just the songwriting. I feel like the hook here was excellent, especially when you consider a first track. When you consider a first track, it makes all of this like really good. Mix is very solid as well. Vocals sit nice, everything cuts through nicely. They have that like bouncy vibe to them as well. Yeah, even synth pop is another great. Yeah, alt pop. Yeah, see, alt pop's my kind of like I always go with alt pop because you know we're all blanketed under it, so it's like. But yeah, this is like the perfect definition of it, to be honest with you. But hook is everything here. So instrumental solid. Um, melody was everything. Vocals are great. Hook is stellar. Writing's a close second. Let's go themes. So cover art, again, like I said, you can always be safe with like the IRL covers. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about art or, you know, it not being good enough, or and plus it's a more like personal thing for your supporters. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people like the IRL covers, so I think that's a solid choice, especially when you consider the song title. So that worked out 100%. Aesthetics are on point, but overall theme, simple track title, not so simple of a theme and story. And it's like AZ's really telling a story from like, you know, start to finish. You know, I brought drugs to your parents' house, church school always kicked me out, you know what I mean? It's just like it almost just ends off. It's just I'll go where the flowers grow. You know what I mean? So like such a storytelling song here. I really feel like this is like um a really like impressive like look at, you know, early songwriting, because it's like what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like you wrote a damn near story for your first song. It's like, yeah, like everybody can like write a song, I guess, right? But to actually like not only like execute and actually perform it and record it, but like having like this much of a clear vision for what your song is really impressive too, because like usually when people write their first songs, it kind of, you know, doesn't really stay on track as far as like a theme goes, but this like 100% had like a clear story. You know what I mean? Like totally like an emotional side, but more of like significant time period rather than like an overall feeling. So it's just like, you know, from here to here, and we got a little bit of like personal background, or even like what AZ would really consider in her head as a songwriter as what her vision is. You know what I mean? So songwriting is really stellar here. That's why I said it was like a close second. But theme was great. A really simple first track. I would be really proud of this. You know what I mean? I would be really, really proud of this. Well done. And 200. Let's fucking go. With that said, thank you, AZ Bug, for your submission. Make sure you follow AZ on SoundCloud. Literally 2 away from 30, man. 2 away. Make sure you follow AZ Bug Music on Twitter as well. 10 away from 160. So go show AZ some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And if you haven't subscribed to Music Money's YouTube channel, I don't know what you're doing, man, because we upload 2 times a week, every Thursday and Saturday. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, tips and tricks, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go show these artists in the channel some love. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. For those of you that already dropped likes, comments, all that good stuff, already been subbed for however long, we appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So with that said, that takes care of all of episode 117's reactions and reviews. Huge shout out to everybody that came through, showed love tonight. Huge shout out to all of our submissions, man. Huge shout out to Kale, Saint Wave, Wet Wet, Halloween, Heavy, Caesar, JJ. You can resubmit next week. Absono, Bloodcat, thank you, Thomas Marcus, North, Mac 2 times, Offspring, SLM, Blank Thought, TDG, Lil Lollipop, Mark, and AZ Bug. And again, special shout out to all of our Music Mondays Patreon that we played at the top of our show. Shout out to Bloodcat, SLM, Blank Thought, and King Mark, and TDG as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. Yeah, so let's do a little bit of an outro, talk about what's coming up for this week, say our goodbyes, and we'll have a little discussion here, chat. You know what I'm saying? Have a little chit chat. You know what I mean? You know what I fucking mean, baby. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, Devil Kill. Let's fucking get it, DK. Appreciate you stopping by for the tail end of the show, homie. Thank you for showing some love. Much fucking love, my friend. Yeah. So shit. Let's fucking get it, chat. That was quite the show. So what's upcoming for this week? Well, today's Monday, April 17th. We have a big week at Music Mondays. A bunch of new content, a bunch of new stuff is going to be announced. And sheesh. Yeah, the monthly, in case you missed it, monthly workshop Wednesday, feature Friday, working out some other small bits of content. A new Music Mondays exclusive as well. And of course, we're recruiting. And if you'd like to get a song hosted and promoted by us for motherfucking free, make sure you send us a message or send us an email. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're closing in on 150. So if you went and subbed, that'd be glorious. And for those of you that have, thank you. Shout out to everybody that was in the chat tonight as well, man. Literally, shout out to Blank Thought again, King Mark, Kale, Offspring, TDG, Down Bad Tyler, Bananas, Sam 2008. All you guys, thank you for the love. Yeah, so make sure you follow us on Twitter at All Music Mondays. You know, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter. You guys know the drill. Make sure you follow us on Spotify as well. All the podcast episodes are available on Spotify and our YouTube channel. So wherever you listen to podcasts, go check that out as well. Anchor.fm/Music Mondays. Yeah, so a big week. So make sure you follow us on socials. Make sure you follow me on socials at ZomSlays. Make sure you follow Indie Horror Speedruns at Indie Horror Speedruns. Make sure you follow C's Kings Games on Twitter as well. Lots of big events going on, man. Lots of big events. All right, so if you're watching this on YouTube, check the description. Make sure you show everybody some love. And with that said, I'll be live tomorrow and every day this week, but I'll see you guys next week for episode 118. I love you guys. Take care. Be safe. And I'll see you next week.